Good morning and welcome to the second day of the European Canoe Marathon Championships in Portugal, Ponte de Lima, Portugal, this wonderful, nice city of Ponte de Lima. Me, Stefan Gustafsson, and Ivan Lawler are going to guide you through today's racing, which in the morning is K2 junior women and C1 men under 23. This place, Ponte de Lima in Portugal, this ancient village, not city, as we learned yesterday, is a 2,000-year-old city. On the screen now you see the Roman bridge built by the Romans 2,000 years ago and still in use. Ivan, it's quite impressive.
It is impressive. You think how many floods that's seen, how many years it stood for, how many soldiers have walked over it.
And how many paddlers have paddled under it. It's quite amazing.
So yeah, it's impressive stuff, and it's impressive venue. We had some impressive racing yesterday, and show some highlights from that shortly. But a very exciting program again today, Stefan.
It is. The European Championships is ongoing for 4 days nowadays. So yesterday was short distances and long distances for juniors and under 23, and that continues today. And the seniors will start tomorrow and Sunday. It's really a lot of Roman influence in this city or town.
Village, Stefan, village.
Village, yeah, need to learn that.
So let's have a quick flick over yesterday's highlights, some exciting stuff and some great footage from the film crew yesterday, so we can move on to that. So that was yesterday. There was a lot of excitement there, a few disappointments, a few surprises. But on to today now, at 9 o'clock, first raced off, K2 Women's Juniors, followed at the same time, roughly 5 minutes later, by the C1 men under 23. Then the ceremonies for those two races. K2 men junior and C2 men junior in the second session at 11:50. Then K1 men's under 23 following those two, and then the ceremonies for all of those three events at 5 o'clock this evening.
The weather conditions here are excellent today. It's calm. It's not too hot. 16 centigrades, 18 centigrades for the moment. The water temperature is almost the same. The wind speed is close to nothing. And we hope that will remain. Maybe some showers during the day, but it seems to be an excellent racing day. And we have an excellent course as well. A really interesting one.
It's yeah, true marathon course. We've got bends in the river, we got the turns, we got a nice portage. Overview coming up here. We're on the little island just in front of the start line, straight from the start, up round, turn just beyond a new bridge, back under the Roman bridge, down all the way to the bottom turn, clockwise turns, which is unusual. No portage on this first lap. Repeat the same lap again, top turn, past the start finish in Roman bridge, back round the bottom turn, and now we start the portages. So portages, beach portage just behind us, and then repeat that for all the remaining laps until the final lap, just from the portage up to the top turn and back to the finish, which is directly in front of us, and we'll see all that action several times through the day.
Yes, and we also have a very, very interesting start line this morning. First, 9 o'clock is K2 Women Junior. And that category was won the previous year by Hungary.
Are you guessing that, Stefan, or
no.
Are you just assuming? Because we haven't seen the Hungarians lose many of these races even this weekend. So
exactly, and last year it was Sofia Korsos and Victoria Nagy that won here the European Championships, and they are at the start line also today.
Yeah, there'll be boat number 356 today, and it's really, from what we've seen this weekend, it's hard to look past the Hungarians for a win. Who in this race do we think can challenge?
Maybe Denmark. Denmark by Anne Sørensen and Fredrik Maretti. Last year we had Katrin Rask and Langeland that had a bronze medal, and Denmark always produced good K2.
Yeah, so that's your Scandinavian bias, Stefan, and I'm going to go Great Britain bias, and I'm going to put Peters and Russell in with that chance of matching the Hungarians. So here's the start list: Belgium, Spain, Great Britain, Ukraine, Hungary, Portugal. Actually, that was a different Hungarian name in 356. Was it?
No, it's, yeah, no.
So Korsos and Nagy, 356, I think. Actually, maybe these are the first names.
Yes, yes.
These are the athletes' first names on the screen.
Yes.
So we'll
and that is
get you up to speed later on.
It's Dorina Fakete and Mise Tanka, and I think they also will be among,
they're going to be
among
up
the
in
top.
Yeah, you can expect to see, I think, the two Hungarians, as ever, working together through the early laps, starting their fight later on. But Italians also, two boats in this. Italian women, got a strong history in marathon canoeing.
And Belgium with the Plus sisters, Hanna and Joke Plus, they did well, both of them in K1 in the World Cup in Mechelen in the mid-June this year. I think they also want to be among the top. They are really speedy out from the start pontoon, these Belgians as well.
So under 23 men's.
Starting 5 minutes behind the girls.
Spain, Poland, Portugal, Italy, Hungarians also in this one. So Daniel Laxo, one of the perennial favourites in this.
And Patrick Glusa from Poland had a silver medal last year, and Mateusz Borziel also from Poland had a bronze medal last year. So they will absolutely be among the top, as well as the Hungarians. So now the girls are ready to start.
Junior women, last boat backing onto the line there. The officials wearing blue, they'll signal to the starter that everyone's on the pontoon. Nice big spaces between the boats this morning. Always a bit of a luxury, that, Stefan. It can get very tight on the start lines, a little bit stressful.
And we can see Ruud Heisler, the traditional starter in marathon, doing the ready go since beginning of the 80s, I think, or mid 80s.
1780s, I believe.
And he's there on the pontoon in his blue jacket, lining them up, ensuring a good start. a fair start for everyone.
So 5th up from the bottom of the picture, Korsos and Nagy, black boat from the left of your picture now. The black boat, Korsos and Nagy, some of the favourites. Piketty we saw yesterday, so strong on the finish. He didn't portage well. Oh, somebody's come off the start pontoon. So there's some sort of issue, maybe not lined up in numerical order. Canoeists and athletes generally struggle with numeracy sometimes, Stefan. It's not an easy concept, ascending numbers, but we're getting there. As a sport, education's a big part of an athlete's future. So they're just backing in to where they should have lined up in the first place. That's the Ukrainian girls, Pizarenko and Shabianyuk from Ukraine. And off they go.
And it's Italy that is taking the lead out there.
Spaniards also second up from the bottom, Tirado and Figueroa also going well. In the middle of the picture is the Hungarians,
and
as
Denmark.
You'd expect. Great Britain hanging in there too. And there's a bit of a coming together. It's going to get a bit close for the girls in this. There's going to be, a few people stopping paddling. 1, 2, 3, 4 boats all taken out. This has fallen beautifully for Great Britain, who tucked straight on the V-wash. That's Piketty leading. Piketty and Tanker, they're leading. Great Britain slotted beautifully into the V. This is great news for us. Italians also there to the right of the Hungarians. That's Hungary leading, 359, Piketty and Tanker. Great Britain, Peters and Russell cleanly away. Leading the second group there is the Hungarians. That will add to the confusion later as they bring other people back into this front group. But for now, it's Hungary, Great Britain, Spain and Italy.
And they're all well together, and this is a good view of how it feels to be in such a big group. It's boats and paddles and rough water everywhere. You need really to stay attentive to what's going on.
The top turn isn't far from the start, Stefan, so the groups tend to be quite big when we get there. This group's going to close in because of the second Hungarians. They should just make contact by the turn. So it's going to be a little bit confusing. And we saw yesterday the back of some of the boats being clipped by boats behind them, and that's a real risk, especially in the K2s.
And it's quite a sharp turn down there. And now they have trying to make it a little bit more smooth for today's racing. The first turning buoy was quite sharp yesterday. It's Italy, both the Italian boats, Teresa Isciuto and Natalia Campagna, together with Bianca Carnevola and Chiara Agostinetti.
And the Plaid sisters hanging in there with the Hungarians, trying to get a lift up to that front group. It's going to be quite tight for them. They're just falling off the back now. But it's going to be, after this turn, 2 Hungarians, 2 Italians, a Spaniard and Great Britain come out of this turn in the front group. Inside Italians are getting a little bit squeezed. They're getting bulked. They're going to get pinballed back to the back of the group.
But the first turning buoy was a lot better today.
Italians are going to struggle to get outside that buoy, and that's going to hurt the Hungarians as well as they push wide. There you go. There's a coming together there. So 2 Hungarian crews have survived it. It's the second Italian crew that may not make the cut. So at the moment it's 3 boats away. Hungary, Great Britain and Italy. That's the front group. A small gap back to whoever survived the impacts on the turn. So the second Hungarians are going to bridge that gap. Spaniards and Italians are going to struggle, and the Belgians just behind them. Back at the start, it's the under-23 C1 with Davidov leading off from Ukraine in the yellow boat and bright blue kit. Moving over to him is Italy's Luca Faragna. Top of your picture, 212 there. Malchas from Georgia. I think the camera angle flattered him rather there. Yeah, it did. He's right out to the right-hand side. So yeah, classic commentator's mistake there. But it's Davidoff leading. As the women come back, C1's head up to the top turn. It's Gonzalez from Spain in the red and yellow kit. And away they go. C1's all fairly well organised. So that's Luca Farina to the left of Davidov, Poland to the left of Portugal, of Italy, Hungary on the left-hand side of your picture now. So Ukraine, Spain, Hungary, Italy, all the main players, and Poland. Patrick Gluser there, medalist previously. It's almost survival on this first bit before this race thins out for these guys, isn't it? They can get into a bit more rhythm, a bit less steering, a bit more propulsion. You can see at the back there in the rough water how hard it is for those guys to steer. More steering strokes and boat leaning than there is actually going forwards. But Davidov, powerful down the first leg. As they make their way up to the top turn, junior women's 4 boats away, crossing in front of the commentary box. It's 2 Hungarians, Italians and Great Britain. So a group of 5. So all fairly well organised. And it's not far back to the second group of 3. So apologies to people out there if they're losing signal occasionally. It's all being worked on. So that gap is closing quicker than we thought, I think. So looks too slow. You can see how slow it is in that front group. So as the women paddle back down to the portage, not the portage, there's no portage on the first lap. As women paddle back down to the Roman bridge, the canoes come back up towards us, and it's going to be Patrick Gluser leading from Daniel Laxo, from the Italian Luca Farina. Davidov still there in the yellow boat, blue shirt, and to the left of the group from Spain, I think, is Damian Gonzalez. So 5 in the front group. That's pretty impressive, Stefan. 5 C1s.
More and more of this interesting group racing also in the C1 category nowadays.
So as they approach the top turn, you see there's the 2 different routes to the top turn. On the right hand side there, looks like Spaniard and Portuguese. Up the left hand side of the river, main group has come over to the right hand side. And all's well in internet land with the production now, I think. Everyone seems happy with it. And here we go, so Patrick Gluser, boat 202. From Luca Farina, and here we go, Patrick Gluser taking it up into the turn. There's the Hungarian going with him, Daniel Laxo. Split the group there. It's going to be down to maybe 4 after this. There's going to be all sorts of problems for those tail enders coming around the turn. So it's Gluser from Laxo. These 2 opened up a small gap on Davidov in the yellow boat there. Next round is Ferreña, and I think the Spaniard was Gonzalez. Spain 2 there, also in touch, that's Calvo, Ignacio Calvo. And Portugal is Pinto, I think, or Maciel. I'll get a number check for you, hopefully, as they come round. So a huge group in C1 terms, and that's making for interesting racing. So Patrick Gluser in control, at least for now. Daniel Laxo coped well with the confusion around the turn. Gonzalez through. And the Hungarians doing the same as they did yesterday up the left-hand side of the river. But they've got enough lead to make this stick. This is the group on the right-hand side. They'll gain a little bit. We saw that yesterday. It's Denmark, 361. That's Sorensen and Moretti.
Going in the middle of the river instead of on this side.
We saw it work for the K1s yesterday.
Yes.
They very much caught up on that side, just about made contact. And it was the Hungarians who did the left-hand side yesterday. Clearly didn't bother them too much. New leader.
And the tail enders in the women's race is Hidalgo Aroca from Spain and Moraes and Sa from Portugal.
So Italians taking up the pull at the front. Revolving that group quite nicely as they cross over with the canoe paddlers. Look at that. Still 6 in the front group for the canoe paddlers. It's now Patrick Gluser. Been in the lead, as he has been most of the time, from Daniel Laxo, from Davidov. Second pole on the outside there, that's Matthias Bourgil, now in contention. Then Gonzalez. And the last one in that group is Sergio Maciel. There's still a big group to race on. So 5, classic formation, approaching their second top turn, and just hanging on to the tail of that group, Sergio Maciel. He could get round the turn well. Everyone on the inside of Patrick Gluser there is going to have to back off a little bit. That's why they're all getting a bit fidgety now. A little bit of a sprint into the turn. It's all kicking off just out of sight there as they go under the bridge. So Gluser holds on to his lead through there. Going with him, Daniel Laxo, pretty much the same as the bottom turn. These two seem to be the two who have that little bit of spare when they need it. Davidov next round. Maciel still the one dangling off the back of the group.
So it's Glusa, Poland, it's Lacho, Hungary, Davidov, Ukraine, Bochel, Poland, Gonzalez, Spain, and Maciel from Portugal in this top group of 6.
So the one who's dropped out of that group from the bottom turn is the Italian Ferreña. He's now in 7th place, some 30 seconds behind. And it's Bourgil who's joined that group in his place. As we go back to 8th and 9th place with Tosh from Germany, Calvo from Spain. So the two who seem to be in control is Gluza and Laxo. As it stands now, Davidov constantly tracking the pair of them. And Gonzalez, fourth boat in that chain. Looks like we could have a bit of a change up front in the women's race. Could be down to a 3-boat group. I think it is down to a 3-boat group now. The 2 Hungarians in Great Britain. So leading at the moment is Fekete and Tanka from Korsos and Nagy, and it's only Russell and Peters that have managed to stay with them. And great decision from Freya Peters there. Dropped off the second wash, just sit neatly on the half V for a while, only move up if you're comfortable enough to do it. Up they go. And that is beautiful work from Freya Peters, Emma Russell. Nicely done.
And the Hungarians work well together, as it seems. Dorina Fekete, the winner of yesterday, in one of the boats, and Victoria Nagy, who had a silver medal yesterday, in the other. So Nagy paddling with Sofia Korsos, both of them doing this race also last year winning when they were first year juniors. But we saw Dorina Fekete yesterday doing a great race, winning this. Today paddling with Nemese Tanka.
But last year at this stage, Peters and Russell from Great Britain were still in the front group, but it was desperate stuff last year. This year they look much more relaxed. They're matching the Hungarians for quality here, able to change washes when they want to, and very encouraging for these two. Freya Peters from Richmond Canoe Club, Emma Russell from Chelmsford. Two of the traditionally very strong clubs, always up in the top 2 or 3 in club championships back in the UK.
They finished 6th last year. Very good results for first year.
6th last year was a phenomenal result for them, and it was one of the highlights of the competition for me. And to see them step it up, and actually, you know, they look like they belong in this group today. They're not struggling. So it's a big step up for them.
So 2 of these 3 boats were within the top also last year, which is quite unusual for juniors.
Italians just had a gap opened up on them, some 15 seconds, maybe only 10 there, and the second group still not far behind. The Italians will be swallowed up by them in the next few minutes, I think. Belgium's looking a little bit hesitant on the inside of the turn there, but they've got round well with the other girls.
Denmark still doing most of the hard work there on top.
I think they're really the only ones with the strength in that group to potentially close this gap.
And I think
Speed's been put up again.
They will close the gap to Italy soon, behind the top 3.
Great Britain girls being tested a little bit here on the half V.
And it's Korsos and Nagy that is pulling now hard.
These 2 Italians stuck in no man's land midway between the first and essentially the second group.
They will be caught soon.
It's really a journey backwards from there, isn't it, Stefan? They're going to regroup when they get to that second group and then decide if they want to make a challenge for it or not. It's kind of an air of inevitability for those Italians now, that the Danes will close them down and that group will swallow them. So they made a good shot of it to be in the front group. It would have been interesting to see how they fell off. Maybe just a turn of speed from the Hungarians, but now as the two races cross over, still a group of 6 in the men's C1.
Oh.
So a little bit of chaos. The girls did well there to see that come in, really. And there's chaos on the left-hand side of the C1 group as well, as the Portuguese clips the back of the Hungarian boat, takes them both out the picture to the left-hand side. It's not a Hungarian, sorry, it's Portuguese and Polish. The 3 lead boats in the women's K2 settling in, and they're going to come into their first portage in just a few minutes now. But here, back at the front of the C1 race, it's Daniel Lexo in the green and black boat, just trying to make his way back to the group after the little bit of contact. So leading now, we have Sergio Maciel in the black boat, red and white kit. Lexo to his left, our right, in the green and black boat. Patrick Gluser, red and white boat. Davidov in the yellow boat. Gonzalez to the left of our picture, and at the top of our picture we've got Maciel. So here goes Gluser in the red and white, taking on his compatriot Matthias Bourgil for Poland, and Poland going to come into the top turn. Out to the side goes Maciel.
The course umpires gave Nagy 15 seconds time penalty for that accident out there. That means that
in the
yeah.
Who did they give the Hungarian the time penalty, or
no, for Nagy, for the Hungarians
in the K2?
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's going to add some interest here then. So what accident did we have with the Italians, presumably?
We didn't see.
So it's something we can't really help you with there, but there's a 15-second time penalty for the Hungarians in the white boat. Now that could take them back to the second group. It's not far from the second group, 15 seconds. They're not going to be best pleased with that. Up, out, grab the boat, pretty well done there. Not so from Ficchetti, who continues her form from yesterday on the portages. So this is fantastic for Great Britain. So the Hungarian crew coming through now has a 15-second penalty. They're arguing it. They don't see what they've done wrong. I'm sure there's some pretty choice language, all in Hungarian though. Great Britain are going to get in the water first, clear from the other Hungarians who have completely messed up their portage. So fortunately for these two, the other two have messed up so badly that they're going to get in together anyway.
Yeah.
So that is unbelievably lucky for those second Hungarians. Great Britain girls making it. Now, if you're in the back of the boat, and the Great Britain team there, if the back of the boat gets pushed out further than the front, you can't go anywhere.
That was quite amazing.
This is chaos. This is chaos. Man, if ever you want to learn how not to do this is a crew with a 15-second penalty who've come out on the portage first. Seriously?
Amazing.
That's just not possible.
And watch their faces there. They are so...
Ficchetti in her boat. I mean, if you could do a comedy portage, there it was right there. The Great Britain girls, they didn't capitalise. They had a 15-second lead getting into the water, and now they're 5 seconds behind. That is... I know, there's some learning to be done there. There really is.
A very interesting portage.
The crew that had a 15-second time penalty are now on their own at the front of this race. That's just bizarre.
So the Fekete and Tanka missed totally when jumping out of their boat, and Russell and Peters missed to get into the boat properly. So it's as always, you can lose a lot of ground in the portage. It's hard to win anything. While Courses and Nagy had a 15-second penalty and relaxed there and made the rest of the portage quite neat and easy.
We saw Fekete yesterday in this position. She caught up 3 times yesterday, I think, and then still won the race.
Yeah.
So yeah, for Peters and Russell, they've got a little bit of a lifeline there. But looking back on that, they're going to be disappointed with what happened there.
Yeah.
Surely, you know, that goes down to a mistake. Essentially, they lost 25 seconds over a portage.
Yeah, they must have done that. And these girls are angry now. So the eyes of Nagy.
You don't poke a bear with a stick, Stefan, and they have been upset at the portage. They didn't see why they had to suffer a 15-second penalty. They were clearly upset about it. They were arguing with the judges.
So the eyes of Nagy sitting behind. She was really, really not happy.
Fekete on a mission to close them down. Really hope that our girls can stay with them.
"11 seconds now."
11 seconds the gap. We saw Fekete close that yesterday more than once. It looked like they've got a big lead on the second group now. But for now, Corsos and Nagy are on a mission.
And it's 30 seconds down to the second group with Italy, Belgium and Denmark.
But back to the C1s, a little bit of a split in the group. It's still Patrick Gluser, as he has been all the way, but now he's joined by his compatriot, Matthias Bourgil, and from Portugal, Sergio Maciel. So it's Portugal, Poland, and Poland. So for the first time here, it's the Hungarian Daniel Laxo, who's not in the front group. He's a significant guy missing.
Patrick Gluser had a silver medal yesterday, not yesterday, last year.
Very calm and controlled exit from Gluser. He looked the professional out the 3 there. Portuguese shouting instructions to his team management. And here comes Daniel Laxo in 4th place. Needs to make contact with this group. But for now, it's Poland, Portugal, Poland. Front foot in, back foot in. And away they go. It's 3 clear and away. Daniel Laxo trying hard to close that gap. But Patrick Gluser seems to be the man of the moment.
Together with
Daniel Laxo there, taking a little bit of strain. Staring at the back of 2 Polish and 1 Portuguese shirt at the moment. And they're about 8 seconds ahead. Meanwhile, opposite us, as you can see on screen, Junior Women's K2 gone back the other way, and Corsos and Nagy are away and clear. It's 1 boat at the front, Hungarians, then Hungary and Great Britain, and that race is kind of settling down.
And the gap is still increasing now. They are really determined now, Nagy Corsos.
Here they are in shot now. That's a K2 that runs very, very comfortably. See the boat lift with every pull. Really nicely done. Very strong in the back of that boat. Just giving a little look round. Check where the others are. Just giving a little word in the ear of her partner.
It's 20 seconds now.
20 seconds and growing.
Yeah.
It's a gap that's just going to expand, I think. Ficchetti's boat doesn't look of the same quality.
It was 11 seconds at the turn, and now it's up to 20. Still growing.
The danger for these two now is the group behind, rather than anything that's going to happen in front. They've got 3 laps remaining from their 6. And that boat just has too much control. They're not going anywhere but first at the moment. As the C1s approach the top turn, Poland, and Portugal, with Gluza, Bourgil and Maciel. So currently, no Hungarians in the medal positions in this one. There he is, you can just see his head at the bottom of the screen. Daniel Laxo.
So 13 seconds behind, we can see on the graphics.
So Patrick Gluza, Matthias Borzil, Maciel from Portugal, Laxo from Hungary, and Gonzalez from Spain. It's a very low paddling style.
Yeah.
Very hunched over. The front group there much more upright. Daniel Laxo, big bend forward, looks a little bit uncomfortable. I wouldn't for 1 minute say I'm an expert, Stefan, but it looks uncomfortable to me. For the poles, looking controlled. In the front, took a little while for Matthias Bourgil to get on terms with his teammate, but now he's up there, and the two of them look very much in control of this race. Only Maciel, Sergio Maciel from Portugal, is there to spoil their party. And there's Daniel Laxo, I think, losing ground rather than gaining it at the moment.
Mas de facto o grupo da frente vai ficando ali, ficando os polacos, depois temos Daniel Laxo e ligeiramente descaiu o espanhol, o Daniel Gonzalez. São as 5 embarcações.
C1's making their way back towards the Roman Bridge.
Gluza in the lead still, and second Bourgil, third Maciel, and fourth Laxo. Laxo is 12 seconds behind in the second group, together with Gonzalez from Spain, and after them Davidov on his own, 31 seconds behind. Germany, Sven Tosch, 1 minute 25, together with Calvo from Spain, 1:25 as well, and Ferraina from Italy, 1:26. Pinto from Portugal, 2 minutes behind, together with Sailing from Hungary.
So, while Stefan was giving you a time check on the canoes, junior women around the top turn, absolutely massive gap now between Corsos and Nagy and the rest. The rest are led by Ficchetti and her partner Tanka. Great Britain hanging in there nicely. They look fairly settled. The gap back to the second group, I think, is also growing now. Still not broken, that gap though. It's still closable by that second, or no, what is now the third group.
So controlled.
This K2 is proper class. Moves so well with the two of them. Second Hungarian boat is strong, but it doesn't move as cleanly as the first one. And now these two look pretty much settled. Ketty, we know, is strong on the water. She admitted to you yesterday portaging wasn't her strong point.
Exactly.
I think in order to prove that, she showed us again today. And she's got a few more portages to go till the end. And at this stage, she just must be dreading it. She must just think not another one of those coming up. I'm sure her team management are thinking the same. Got a few comments coming in on the live chat from some old marathon pros there about the portaging in this race. But this looks very, very tidy. No stress, no fuss. We know now they can take a 15-second penalty on every portage and still come out in front. So maybe stopping for lunch on this one. So Peters and Russell taking the lead, coming down towards the second portage. Probably a couple of minutes to go.
Halfway through the race. Coming to the portage, they've done 10.8 kilometers.
And for that, for Great Britain and Hungary, I would say the danger, and it's becoming a very real danger, is the group behind them now. The gap between first and second and third is bigger now than the gap between second and third and the chasing pack. And you get that very real sense when you're in that position, don't you, Stefan, that group
people
is
are coming.
coming.
Yes.
I don't know how you pick it up, but you just know that you're going as fast as you can.
Exactly, you're
and
already
there's
doing everything you can, and they are closing.
There's closing just the same.
It's not a good feeling.
You go through bizarre moments where you try to convince yourself that you're allowing them to catch up so that you can work with them, but you're not.
You're not.
There's mixture of fear, disappointment. It's just a really stressful situation to be in. You know you've got nothing you can do about it. Hopefully that group behind you gradually fades before they can close the gap. But this lead boat is just better. They're just better than the rest. Maybe that's an obvious thing to say, seeing as they're leading, Stefan, but the quality here is fantastic.
The coordination. What are you doing?
Reasonably tidy on the portage.
Oh, so nice.
Running through. We're going to hand signal or two to the officials here. We're clean this time. Try and stop us. The officials just looking at their toes. They're a little bit embarrassed on this lap. Nothing to see here. So first crew through. Tidy. Now, if the back person puts the back too far out, then they're pointing in the wrong direction. This is fine. Front of the boat is out further than the back, and they're away cleanly. And looking a little bit more cheerful than they were at this stage on the last lap, I'd say, Stefan.
Still talking.
Now here we go. Looking good so far. Looking good so far. A little bit slow from the Great Britain crew. Hungarians running well. Peters and Russell on their inside.
It's now 49.5 seconds. 49 seconds is the gap, so they have gained 20 seconds over this lap.
Uncomfortable looking running from the Hungarians there.
I think the Hungarians have got
Clearly water-based mammals, those ones, not real land movers. And chaos again from the Hungarians.
Yeah, they carried their water.
Emptying their boat after the portage. And now the back of the boat is still stuck out way too far. They're going to get in. They've got to change the direction of the boat and manage to lose a good few seconds there. That's not too significant. They will catch the Great Britain crew, but what is significant is that the second group, or the following group behind them, will have made some gains again, and that pack of chasing hounds there is slowly but surely closing them down. It was 30 seconds the gap between those groups going into the portage, and it looks like about 20 coming out of it. I reckon these two have got time to touch up their makeup on the next lap, Stefan. So there you see it. It's one boat, two boats. Then it's the Belgians leading the chase now to these two. Somewhere there's a Dane. Yep, Dane's just behind the Belgians. But that gap now is looking like 20 seconds, 25 maybe. But certainly beginning to haul in Hungary too and Great Britain. And these are nervous times on the turn. And Great Britain and Hungary look back. They will see it. So there's the gap. It's Belgium.
That
Denmark.
did a good portage. Plus sisters from Belgium.
The Hungarians have already closed down the Great Britain crew and are leading again. A little bit of communication going on in the Great Britain boat. Sometimes a good sign, sometimes a bad sign when you're having a chat, isn't it? Hopefully this is good. They're just getting themselves organised. But those Belgians are making progress. Determination there. Belgium and Denmark can see now the very real possibility of a medal here. Oh, another 30-second time penalty for the Portuguese. What do you have to do to get a 30-second time penalty, Stefan? That's massive.
That's massive, and they must have done something really bad out there.
What could be that bad?
Turning a fellow competitor around or something like that.
We think that's maybe a boy missed on the turn.
Could be. It's 1 minute now. 1 minute, 1 minute 9 second lead for Korsos and Nagy.
So Korsos and Nagy, clear, comfortable, and plenty of time in hand.
20 seconds for plus sisters, exactly as you said.
It's
you were right this time.
So it's yeah, this is tense now.
Yeah.
For Great Britain and Hungary, this is tense. It's going to be a long chase. So boats 2 and 3 there, far from being contesting for first place, and now fighting for their lives.
They have done about 12 kilometers now.
They've got one big lap and one small lap to go, and it's just whether that time is against them or not. So front of the C1, it looks like Daniel Laxo at the back of the picture there has got a bit of second wind. He's coming in strongly to the portage. They're closing down the tail enders in the women's K2, but it's Poland, Portugal. Gluser so clean and so relaxed getting out of his boat on the previous portage. Coming in now, a little step out, up and running, beautifully done. So all three C1s away clear at that end of the portage. As the Spaniards and Portuguese get in at this end, it's going to be a 3-5-8. That's Moray and Sarr from Portugal, and Gluser,
Hidalgo and Aroca from Spain, and Ores and Sarr from Portugal was the females.
So no change in the C1s. All three out together, in together. Gluser, Maciel, Bourgil, Laxo just 9 seconds behind the leader going into the portage. And that gap hasn't shrunk by the look of it.
Lead over Hungary with Daniel Laxo. But it's not going to be, this race is not going to be won on the portages, I think, in the C1.
The K2's really not moving well at all there. So it seems in the C1 race earlier, we didn't see on screen Davidov from Ukraine, who was mixing it with these guys, also took a 30-second penalty. That's why he's not in shot anymore.
See if we can find out more what happened.
The three C1s, very, very well organised. Great boat skills from those three. Meanwhile, display at the front of the women's K2 continues. Boat speeds never dropping here. So if the information coming in on the chat on the live feed is right, the 30-second penalty could have been for throwing a drinks bag in the water, and that is, in my mind, a crime worth punishment. 30 seconds is harsh, but we cannot go around throwing drinks bags in the water. So I don't know how these people are finding out the information that we can't find out, but keep bringing it in, guys. So throwing drinks bags in the river, we've talked about it before from commentary. It's not acceptable. It seems like the marathon committee have decided that it's a crime worth punishment, and harsh though it is, I have to agree with that. So now Facchetti trying to take it to the Great Britain crew, trying to increase the gap on the boats behind them. They know they've only got, I think, one more portage. So on lap 4 of 6 now. 2 more portages then, rather, so on lap 5 and 6. So here are the hounds. They're doing the chasing. It's Denmark and Belgium. Facchetti seemed to have woken up to that threat. In the last shot we saw of Facchetti, she was piling on a bit.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
So here's the lead K2. Even the turn officials aren't interested now. Look, they're telling jokes. telling jokes on the turnboat. Meanwhile, there's a race going on out there. Has no one told them? So here, Korsos and Nagy. Fichetti, for the time being, has let Peters and Russell take the strain. And the gap we see as they come around the turn, we should get our on-screen graphic telling us the gaps. The gap between first and second and third is just growing all the time. It's the gap between second and third in the chasing group. It was 20 seconds. I think Fichetti has woken up to the threat and has stretched that gap a little bit. You can see them in the distance, and the gap behind them is growing a little bit. We're looking 25, 30 seconds there. Graphics from the top turn apparently not working too well. Turn officials still telling each other jokes there. And Peters and Russell have got to work hard now. The boat's still running well. It's still going to be hard work for the second group to catch them, and I don't think they've made any progress since the last turn.
Seems like the gap still increases at the same rate as previously. It's 1 minute 20 seconds now.
It's this next gap back to the chasing two. It looks bigger to me.
Yeah.
It was 20 seconds. And there goes Fichetti again. Each time Fichetti does this, she's going to pull about 4 or 5 seconds on the group behind. Just hope that Great Britain crew stay with them through those tougher sections. The C1s head up to the top turn.
And the 30-second penalty that we were discussing was on Portugal, Teixeira and Peixoto, for throwing their drinking bags into the water. It's environmental protection. We don't want plastic bags in the water. So that is bad behavior, and bad behavior is 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we've talked about that so many times in commentary, haven't we? They're throwing the bags into the water, and it just isn't acceptable, really.
So 15 seconds penalties is for minor things that happens along the course, for missing a buoy or something like that. And bad behavior is 30 seconds. Bad behavior could be just bad behavior, whatever it is.
Okay. There was talk of disqualification for throwing your drink systems in the water at one stage.
Yes, but when we changed the rules now to penalties, we decided on having a 30-second
penalty.
It's bad behavior.
Yep.
I said it.
So there's Fichetti and her partner, Tanka, and the Great Britain crew, and it looks like that gap has stabilised. It's not closing anymore. Danger could have passed. It was very stressful for a while there, for a whole lap. That gap was closing, and it seems like the Belgians and Danes just run out of steam a little bit.
But it's still close enough for anything to happen if for instance, problems in the portage once again.
And problems in the portage are quite a strong possibility. We've seen that so many times now. So that's Belgium, Denmark and Italy. They're currently in 4th, 5th and 6th place respectively. As the lead boat come round towards the bridge. Retirement there. That's Malshaz from Georgia. These two, that's very relaxed now. So this, their penultimate portage. Staying on the grass. And running much better than the crews that are to follow. Nice coordination getting in there. Of course, it's much easier to make everything look nice when you're not under any pressure.
But that's the trick. Even if you are under pressure, you need to make it as cool.
To behave as if you're not. Yeah. So Korsos and Nagy through the portage.
Yes.
Second group here. Fichetti, Peters and Russell.
That gap has increased a lot. To the flying Hungarians in top.
So this, stressful times remain for these two. That gap isn't big behind them. Mistakes here.
Seems like
where does all the water come from in Fichetti's boat? You know, it
looks like they don't have any pump.
The same yesterday as well in the K1.
1:45.
Starting to look a bit stressful in the Great Britain camp there. Fichetti and Tanker. Front out. Great Britain leads the portage, and here come the Belgians. It's closing down again. These portages are costly for the Great Britain and Hungarian camp. So it's 26 seconds going into the portage. Belgians away. Danes away. And we're back to a 20-second gap again. Meanwhile, already up at the top turn. One big lap, one portage, and then a quick trip around the top turn and back. And it's game over for these two. So easy for these two now. Just counting down the kilometers to the end, but it's still race on in the C1s. These three have been at the front for the last couple of laps now. The Gluza in the red boat, Bourgil in the black boat. And with them, from Portugal, Sergio Maciel. It was only Daniel Laxo, who's at the back of the shot there, who had any chance of challenging them. He's not broken yet. Fairly straightforward procession for them at the moment. Still got 3 portages to go for these guys. 7 laps, their event. 1 more than the women who started just in front of them. See Daniel Laxo out to the left, trying to find a bit of flat water, maybe roll down a couple of those big waves as they approach the portage. They've all been so clean through these. Can't imagine any drama kicking off here. Laxo having to come back inside the washes as they go around the corner.
For the girls at the top turn, it's 20 seconds again. 20 seconds behind the gap behind Fikete Tanka, Russell Peters, and the third group Plus and Denmark.
But most of that damage Stefan done on the portage again.
Yes.
They'd opened up a little bit bigger gap, closed down on the portage. Something maybe needs practicing for those 2 teams. It's scrappy. Not like the C1s here. These boys all very, very tidy. The drink bottle thrown carefully onto the land there. One of his team management will go and pick that up in a moment. And he's come in for a replacement. Bit like a replacement and a punch in the face as he ran through the drink system. It's very hard for the supporters to actually feed someone who's running. It's an incredibly difficult skill and
required training.
Yeah.
Also that.
Well, we've got some very good people in our team management who do that. I know Melvin Swallow's out there, he's one of our favourites in terms of getting drinks to people. Dyson Pendle as well. They've practiced it a lot over the years. And it's very hard to put a bottle in a little pocket of someone who's running at the same time. So a little bit of a gap there, back to Laxo.
3 leading boats in the C1 of...
So the run takes quite a bit out of Laxo. Heavy breathing. Opposite us now, 2 and 3 in the women's K2, and the news is behind them that the Belgians have broken away from the Danes by about 10 seconds, so it's Belgium on the chase alone, and that will be a little bit of relief probably to the Hungarians and Great Britain crew when they get to the bottom turn and see that. But meanwhile, the Hungarian train chugs on at the front.
24 seconds now, the gap behind between Denmark, the gap between Belgium and Hungary, Great Britain, 24 seconds.
That chase group has disintegrated, it's into single file now, and that takes away the threat quite considerably. So it looks like 2nd and 3rd place are pretty much assured. Assuming nothing goes badly wrong. There it is, it's a rear view of Fikete and Tanka and Peters and Russell. And they look secure now in second and third. It was a bit shaky for a couple of laps there. They were under threat and they knew it. But they've held it off, they've held it together. And now it's going to come down to a race between these two. Facchetti so strong yesterday on the finish, it's hard to see how she'll be beaten if it comes to a straight race to the finish. I think for Great Britain, you hope that Facchetti messes up the last portage to such an extent you get a little bit of a lead and try and capitalise on that. C1's round the top turn, no drama. This one's probably going down to the last lap for these three. They all seem very comfortable, very competent on the washes. Looks like a fairly simple process for them. It's covering the distance. So Bourgil, Gluser and Maciel, they're your three leaders. Laxo some 20 seconds behind them. And not looking in closing form. Portage seems to take a lot out of Laxo. There he is, on his own. He's been on his own for a considerable amount of time now. So the final bottom turn for these two. That's a comforting gap if you look back and see that there's absolutely no one in sight there. They've got all the way around the turn, they're around the left-hand bend, and we still can't see the chase pair. Well, to call them the chase pair is probably a bit ambitious. The following pair. They just continue the inevitable hunt for gold. Here come the second group now. It's Peters and Russell leading into the turn. Facchetti hasn't let anyone lead into turns when she's had the choice. So maybe the balance of power's changing. No, here they go. Facchetti coming past again, and it's going to be the Hungarians into the turn first. Meanwhile, all the portage judges looking the wrong way, turn judges rather. They're having a nice day out this morning, Stefan, the judges there. Not much to do. All very calm. Final bottom turn. And they will be very relieved that this final bottom turn has come. They'll know now that the chase is over. They're not being hunted anymore, and it's a simple job of deciding which of these is going to take silver and which is going to take bronze. Quick look back from Freya Peters there. And that will be a very pleasing sight for them. The Danes have fallen almost back to the Italians now. Belgians are on their own. And the time is just running out for closing that gap. So the C1s go back under Roman Bridge. They've still got two bottom turns to do. and they can already see the lead K2 just 500 meters up there from the portage. So a little bit of downtime really in the race now. The excitement will pick up when they close in towards the finish, but for now pretty much just a journey for most of them out there. So here we come. It's the Spaniards going down to the bottom turn as the Hungarians approach the final portage. Few smiles there.
Smiling again. They should. They have done a wonderful race.
There weren't so many smiles early on though, Stefan. So pretty much foregone conclusion from after that portage where they took a penalty. Took a 15-second penalty, came out the portage 10 seconds ahead after that, and have never looked back since. Nicely out. Running through for the last time. Very simple procession up to the top turn and back. The others. Here we go. Coming towards the bridge for the final time, and the Belgians just behind them. They're just going to run out of time, I think, the Belgians. There's just not enough time, is there?
Something happens in the portage. It could be a different story.
What are we looking at there? 15 seconds, 20 seconds? It's hard with the long shots like that, but it's not far. It's not impossible. Another boat emptying incident. Could see that gap close. But there's the bridge. It's only a minute to the portage, less than a minute now. And then a quick 5-minute trip up to the top and back. And time is just running out for the Belgians. They've stuck at their task very well, Stefan. They've broken the Danes, they've broken the Italians. That's a nice shot. We haven't had that shot yet, have we, from behind? I like that one. We're coming in to the portage. Got to come out of this clean. That gap is shrinking behind them. So here we go. Ketty out, Peters and Russell out. Here we go. They're running okay so far. Ketty, I think, has water down the front of her boat. It's looking heavy for her there. Get the back in first, push the front out. Slow, getting in, but they're going to be away. Get away with them, girls. Come on, come on.
Melhor articulação ali na dupla da Hungria. Seguem as atletas da Grã-Bretanha
This is
na
going to be
posição
tough.
3.
Faketi is going to break away, and it isn't going to be caught here. So it's Hungary 1, Hungary 2, and the chase is on. Great Britain have got to get a 5-minute up to the top and back and hold off the Belgians, who are only just behind them. So already round the top turn. Pretty much a lap of honour for Korsos and Nagy. Victory is safe for them. It'd be great if we could see second group again, just to see what the damage was at the portage. I think it's going to be single file here. Hungary, from Great Britain. So there's the gap between second and third. It's pretty big, considering they were together when they came into the portage. Little glance across. This K2 has been travelling at exactly this speed for 6 laps now. Just relentless, on and on. You've got probably a minute or so to go to the finish. And that's Faketi there. She's now clear in second with her partner, Tanka. So that's second place. They're going to come to the top turn alone. And some 15 seconds behind them now is Great Britain. We'll get the exact time checks for you as they go round past the box on the pontoon there, which is the timing kit. Give us the split times as they go round. So they're 2 minutes 15 behind the leaders, who we're just seeing approach the finish line. Here come the leaders. The simple last 30 metres for them. The gap between second and third is 17 seconds. And that was some display from those two.
Great victory for Hungary, Sofia Korsos and Victoria Nagy. I wonder how this race would have developed if this incident in the portage hadn't been. After that, they were just flying. There's
second and third.
Second and third, yes.
17 seconds at the turn, the gap. It's not going to get any smaller. And the gap between third and fourth is 18 seconds. So it looks like these two positions are safe. There's second, third and fourth all in shot. These two have stuck at their task so well today. They worked with the Danes until the Danes weren't strong enough anymore. Became a war of attrition in that second group. Only the Belgians survived. So it's going to be Hungary 1, Hungary 2, not for the first time and maybe not for the last time this weekend. So Emise Tanka, Dorina Faketi are going to come second. It's going to be Freya Peters, Emma Russell, third. Good result for them. I know for a lot of these teams, Stefan, with the World Championships being in South Africa, expensive trip, results here are going to count for quite a lot towards that for a lot of the teams. They have to show that they're a potential for the World Championships. And there's a lot riding on these results. So second place approaching the finish line now. Hungary 2, not quite as tidy as the first Hungarian boat. Nevertheless, it's second place. They probably would rather have finished with their compatriots, but it wasn't to be today.
Yes, they seem really happy about it. Jurina Fakete and Emese Tanka.
Across the line, Peters and Russell, fantastic result for them.
They are so happy.
Very strong on the first half.
So happy for their medal. 6th last year and now medal.
Stuck to it well. Oh. Never looks good vomiting on screen, does it, Stefan? Luckily the cameraman was alert to that, turned away just in time.
Fourth, Belgium, Hanna Platz and Joke Platz.
They really impressed today.
Yes.
Did a good job. I think the group getting split up on that first turn with a bit of friction and a bit of collision between boats had a big part to play in who got away with the front group. These girls did very, very well today, both those crews. Now across the line come the Italians and the Danes. Italians in the front four for those first couple of laps.
Teresa Isotta and Natalia Campagna from Italy as the 5th position. And Denmark by Anne Sørensen and Fredrik Maretti, the 6th.
And on their final lap now, final big lap rather, is C1 race. We could have joined this on any lap, it would look pretty much the same. These three have been out front for a long time now. Daniel Laxo gradually falling back. 30 seconds almost the gap there. So that's too big to close in one lap. So it's these three.
Mais uma reportagem também colheu os incentivos do público presente em Porto Lima. Rita Sá e Mariana Moraes são as atletas que terminaram.
So as they come around the top turn for the second to last time, it's all going to kick off on the final portage for these three, I think. Daniel Laxo, he's going to have to settle for 4th.
Está a realizar mais uma rodagem e aqui presente os polacos e o português Sérgio.
Patrick Bluser, Sergio Maciel and Matthias Bourgil set about their final lap. While we're watching the C1s on screen, the Spanish K2 353, Tirado and Figueroa have finished. Just behind them, Ukraine, and behind them, 357 from Portugal, Texera and Pixotto. Not much to get excited about until they reach the portage now. Just about to go under the bridge for the last time. Discussion with management on the bridge, coaches maybe, as they pass under the bridge for the last time. Really got a little bit of downtime here, Stefan, while they go down to the bottom and back. Not much is going to happen until the final portage, I think. And that in the foreground there was the machine that picks up all the weeds. It had the teeth on the grill at the front. Drive that round, collecting the weed off the course in the mornings. Seemingly do a good job of it too. But these three minds will all be turning to final portage. Very hard to pick a winner here, Stefan.
It is.
Meanwhile, in front of us in commentary, the next finisher in the women's K2, boat 360, is Hidalgo and Arroca from Spain. They've had a long, lonely journey out there. Camera boat following Daniel Laxo. Time has just been unkind to him. He's not going to close that gap. The gap's a lot bigger than it looks on screen there. I think we're looking at probably close to a minute. No, maybe not. That's a bit ambitious. 30 seconds at least.
Yeah,
40 seconds. At some point, these three have got to start actually jostling for position. Still, in real terms, a long way to go before that needs to happen. First opportunity to start breaking things up will be the next turn, which is in probably 2 or 3 minutes. Then the portage, and then the final turn. They're all quite clearly fairly evenly matched for on the water speed. They all portage cleanly. And across the line, boat 358 now. That's the second Portuguese crew, Rita Sá and Mariana Murray. With the cat and mouse going on in the front group, it does give Daniel Laxo a little bit of an opportunity. He's moving well in the background there, clearly travelling faster than the other 3 guys at the moment, but it's still a big gap to close, and when you've closed it, you've still got to do something with 3 guys who've been resting for a while. So it's going to be a frustrating chase for Laxo, I think. And here we go, it's kicking off. This is the first opportunity to break things up, and it's Gluza who's taking that opportunity. It's Bourgil who's suffering at the moment, and Maciel just hanging on there with Gluza. It's tough around this turn, but it's Matthias Bourgil who's fallen off that group. Beautifully covered by Maciel there. And it's going to be tough now for Bourgil. He's got to catch that gap before the portage. It's clearly Gluza who has the turn of speed. He was doing the damage on the first couple of laps.
The winner of last year, Patrick Gluza.
And away goes Maciel now. I think he's keen to keep the gap on Bourgil. But Bourgil moves out, comes up, handled it well, and all 3 back in formation. So a little bit of excitement on the turn. We're going to see similar coming into the final portage. And for all his efforts, the reward that Daniel Laxo had gained for himself, he'd closed a few seconds, and that was just stripped off him in that little flurry around the turn, and he's back to where he was before. That's a little trip now, uneventful, back to the portage. I think, having seen what we've just seen, we can expect it to kick off in the last 50-60 metres before that portage. We saw Patrick Gluza in a quick injection of pace, but that was matched very ably by Sergio Maciel from Portugal. Few instructions being shouted. And look at that, Stefan.
Yeah.
A second group of that many after all this distance.
7.
Great stuff in the canoe races this weekend. So we've got Paolo Pinto leading that group. Davidov, we kind of lost off our radar for quite a while. Italian seems to be going to the left of the group, not sure why. But now it's at the front. Matthias Bourgil takes the lead on his own. Lonely trip round for Gonzalez of Spain. He was a big contender in the early stages. Somehow lost contact with the group.
It's about 3 minutes behind. And then the group that follows is Tosh from Germany, Davidov from Ukraine, Verena from Italy, Sailing from Hungary, and Calvo from Spain, and also Pinto from Portugal are there. So all of them well together.
So there's the bridge. The portage is just a few meters beyond the bridge. It's Poland 1, Poland 2, Portugal 3. They all portage well. Probably Bourgil in the black boat has been the slower of the three over the portages, but he's leading in this time. Nothing's kicked off just yet as they make their way towards the bridge. Laxo still hanging in there, but time is running out for him. So under the bridge, Patrick Gluser, he was the one who tried to do some damage at the turn. All seems fairly calm now though. This a little bit of a stressful run for them here. Keeping a closer eye on each other as they approach. Laxo still in touch in the background there. These three out and away. All empty in the boats, very tidily done. It is Bourgil at the back of the group again.
Blues are leading.
Blues have run hard. They're all running hard. In and away. Blues is making a bit of an effort to break him up here. He's paddling hard out the portage, but the damage hasn't been done. They're all going to be together. Bourgil may be taking a little bit of strain there in the background. So it's 1 for Portugal, for Poland rather, 2 Portugal, and 3 looks like Bourgil. He's been the weakest of the 3 on the land so far today. And this time it was a step too far for him. He's a few lengths down. That's a fairly long chase back to the lead pair. I think he's not going to close that gap unless these two start waiting each other out for a big sprint finish. So Gluser looks strong on the water. Maciel, you have a lot of local support on shore coming down the finishing straight. Back comes Bourgil, he's working hard, he's gone outside the washes. He is going to close that gap by the turn. But he just doesn't seem to have the turn of speed that the other two have. 20 seconds back to Daniel Laxo. And he has had a brutal day back there on his own. So as the front three regroup. Just one turn left. So, as it has been for much of the way, it's Gluza from Poland, Mateusz Borgil from Poland, and Sergio Maciel from Portugal. Final turn. No drama going into the turn. Going to come to a straight sprint finish with these three. Gluza seems to have the turn of speed. Borgil didn't make it on the last sprint towards the bottom turn rather. Whereas Maciel did. So he could possibly match Gluza. Gluza giving it a little bit of a turn of speed now as Gonzalez comes over the portage. Untroubled now in 5th place. So the two poles working together. And Portugal just dangling a little bit there. Moved wide on the wash. Maybe he's taking them on for the whole trip. This is going to be tense. Maciel, he's really fighting it. He's not going to make it, I don't think. It's going to be Poland rather, 1 and 2. Maciel just come in, getting upset by the washes there. The local fans are all his though. But it's Gluza from Borgil, from Maciel. And I don't think Maciel's got an answer to this. There's pain on his face back there. He's given it his best shot. He's come up short just on the last half a lap. He's done. Oh, he's a broken man back there. Bit of a second win there. He's pulling hard again. He's done. He's changing his mind every 10 seconds now as to whether he wants to do it or not. But it's Gluza. There's no way Borgil can overtake Gluza from here. Gluza's had the speed throughout. So it's 1 to Poland, 2 to Poland, and 3 to Portugal. With Daniel Laxo in 4th.
Patrick Gluza, his second gold medal in the under-23 C1. He had a silver medal last year, now gold to Poland by Patrick Gluza. And another silver medal for Mateusz Borgil, who had a bronze medal last year. And bronze to Portugal by Sergio Maciel. Very good C1 race, this.
Yeah, maybe one of the best C1 races we've seen.
The second group just past the portage. Also there, good competition, 6 athletes.
There's a tough man there crossing the line. Daniel Laxo done the whole thing by himself. Just 20 seconds behind for most of the way. Lost a little bit over the final stages. But that is a brutal race for him. quite a relief to have a cool bath at the end of that. Either that or will induce a heart attack or something. So, first session over, Stefan.
Yeah, not over yet. The second group is coming in now. First is Gonzalez, Jermaine Gonzalez, who was among the top guys during the first half of the race. But the second half he had done quite alone. Here's the second group round, the last turn. With Sven Tosh from Germany, Italy, Farina, and Hungary sailing. So there's also Calvo and Pinto and Davido.
So another interesting finish coming up then. Maybe 3 boats fighting it out for 6th, 7th and 8th. There on his own in 5th, Damian Gonzalez. Strong in the early stages, just faded a bit towards the second half of the race. Gonzalez next across the line. And here, a bit of interest further back down the field. It's Calvo from Spain leading Davidov and Sven Tosh. So Gonzalez across the line now. Fifth place, and to see if he can get 6th, Gonzalez's teammate Calvo leads out in the next 3. Gonzalez doesn't look like he's enjoyed his day, but it's Davidoff. So strong on the lead to the first bridge at the start. He's got some speed in him and he's ripped the group apart. It's Sven Tosh trying to come back at him, but he's being well policed by Davidoff. And it's Ignacio Calvo, third group of 3. Sven Tosh looking pretty pleased with his day's work. Davidoff there, we think he took a time penalty early days in the race. And across the line now, 2:04, Paulo Pinto from Portugal. Like it was hard work out there today for him. And across the line now from Italy, played such a big part in the front group for the first lap. It's Luca Farina. He was strong for a lap or so. The distance took its toll. All hugs there. Sergio Maciel clearly means a lot to him. It's strange how you read it, Stefan. I thought he was going for a win and he'd be disappointed with third, but he's clearly not. You know, it means so much to him.
Getting a medal
to
on
see.
his home turf is great, of course.
The 209 from Hungary, Aaron Saling. Not often we see a Hungarian that far down in a canoe race. Tough day there for him.
And that's all from this morning's racing.
Fantastic.
Fantastic racing and excellent conditions. Within 20 minutes we will have a prize giving ceremony. Until then we'll grab a cup of coffee or something, because then it's prize giving ceremony, and after the prize giving some interviews, and then we are on again at 11:50 for the next race.
Recap of a great race there. Results coming up on screen now. Patrick Gluser, Matthias Bourgiel, Sergio Maciel, they're the medalists. Daniel Laxo, tough day out for Daniel Laxo. 20 seconds, 30 seconds behind the group for all day. Damien Gonzalez and Denis Davidoff, who made such a big impression on the early stages, took a time penalty and faded. 7th to 12th, Sven Tosh, Ignacio Calvo, Paulo Pinto, Luca Faragna. He also was in the front group doing some damage in the early days. Aaron Saling, he was the final finisher, and I'm not even going to go for the first name, but Malchas from Georgia, he retired. We saw him earlier, and a good race from some very, very strong athletes there this morning. More to come this afternoon. Junior boys K2 is next, and a few prize givings. Stefan will be at those, I think. Maybe a couple of interviews. And on to a quick resume of the girls K2 race. In the meantime, a lovely aerial view of a fantastic village here. Here's the highlights. Women's K2 Junior. So a race with everything, a display of dominance and power from Nagy and Korsos at the top of the screen there. A little bit of comedy of errors on the first portage from second and third, and a war of attrition between the Belgians, Italians and Danes, fourth, fifth and sixth. At one stage looked like they might have some impact on the results, but it's Hungary, from Great Britain on the podium later on. And the rest of that race, Italians, Spaniards, Ukraine, Portugal, Spain and Portugal too. Another good race. Some strong dominance from the Hungarians. A real display there from Nagy, Korsos. The crew of quality. They took their punishment for a small infringement early on, and from that point on never looked back. Phenomenal racing, more to come, and early days, 2 more days and a whole afternoon this afternoon. And there is the site here at Ponte de Lima, the bridge itself, car park and the little island where Stefan and I are in one of those 2 tents just by the finish line. And what a place. Not the worst place to spend a weekend, I can tell you. So we'll be back at 11:50. It's about 45 minutes away with the junior boys K2. And shortly after that, the junior men's C2. So here's the time schedule. A few minutes. We've got the medal presentations. 11:50, 11:55. We've got the K2 men juniors and C2 men juniors. When they've finished, it's the turn of the under 23 men's K1s, which will be a very exciting race. It always is. And their medal ceremony for all 3 crews, all 3 races, is at 5 o'clock this evening. So we'll take a small break now while we go and get a bit of coffee and maybe a cake if we're lucky. And we'll be back with you after the ceremonies. Thank you.
Medal presentations for Gordon's races in 10 minutes. So please come to the podium area to give your applause to the winners of the medals from this morning.
Estão então todos convocados para comparecerem e acompanharem a cerimónia de entrega de medalhas que vai decorrer dentro de 10 minutos, referente às 2 regatas em que assistimos há instantes. Senhoras e senhores, a cerimónia de entrega de medalhas no K2 Júnior feminino vai começar.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for K2 Women Junior will begin.
Senhoras e senhores, apresentamos as medalhadas do K2 Júnior feminino. As medalhas serão entregues pelo presidente da Associação Europeia de Canoagem, Albert Woods, acompanhado pelo team leader da Hungria, Robert Weiss.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for K2 Women Junior. The medals will be presented by Albert Wood, President of the European Canoe Association, accompanied by the Hungarian team leader, Robert Weiss.
As medalhadas de bronze da Grã-Bretanha.
The bronze medal for Great Britain, Emma Russell and Freya Peters.
As medalhadas de prata.
The silver medal for Hungary.
Emez Tanka e Dorina Fekete.
As medalhadas de ouro e campeãs da Europa em K2 Júnior feminino.
And the gold medal and European champions from Hungary,
Vitória Neghi e Sofia Corsos. Senhoras e senhores, por favor, levantem-se para escutar o hino nacional da Hungria.
ladies and gentlemen, will you please stand for the national anthem of Hungary.
Um forte aplauso então para as medalhadas do Campeonato da Europa de Maratona 2017. Parabéns!
Congratulations, ladies. Let's get those photographs.
And winners of the K2 today, fantastic race, girls. It wasn't all easy though, was it? Because a time penalty on the first lap. Why?
We don't know, we just go.
Okay, so no serious crimes? No, okay. And then once you're in the lead, it looked so easy.
It's no easy. Very, very hard race. And we just love paddle and the same thing.
Fantastic. And would you like to say hello to the people at home? What club are you from? What club in Hungary are you from?
Canoe.
Both of you? Same?
Yes.
Okay, congratulations to you two. Fantastic paddle. Everyone was impressed by that this morning. Congratulations. Well done. And now for third place, Great Britain. Fantastic result, girls. Again, it wasn't all easy. Were you aware of the Danish and the Belgians hunting you down?
We were well aware of the Danish and the Belgians.
Yeah,
we were going as fast as we could and they kept getting closer.
And 20 seconds, 25 seconds, 20 seconds again. They were just backwards and forwards. When did you know you were clear?
We didn't.
I think I was fairly confident we were clear after that last turn. So we went round and I sort of thought they're not going to catch us now.
Fantastic. And to get a medal, first portage, a little bit of chaos there from everyone.
Yeah.
Bit of a learning curve maybe, but things to tidy up on. Going to practice a bit more and World Championships next, right?
Hopefully that's where we're aiming for, yeah.
Yeah, our pump broke down on the first portage, so we couldn't empty. So we had a really full boat, but it was all right.
Okay, and luckily the Hungarians were equally comedy on the first portage, so it panned out okay. Congratulations on your medal. Great news for Great Britain canoeing, and may it all continue. Well done, girls.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next time.
Senhoras e senhores, a cerimónia de entrega de medalhas na categoria.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for C1 men under 23s will begin.
Senhoras e senhores, apresentamos os medalhados do C1 masculino sub-23. As medalhas serão entregues por Vítor Félix, presidente da Federação Portuguesa de Canoagem, acompanhado pelo team leader da Polónia, Mateusz Rankovic.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for C1 men under 23. The medals will be presented by Victor Felix, the President of the Portuguese Canoe Federation, accompanied by the Polish team leader. The bronze medal for Portugal.
O medalhado de bronze de Portugal, Sérgio Maciel.
The silver medal for Poland.
O medalhado de prata da Polónia, Mateusz Borgel.
And the gold medal and European champion from Poland,
O medalhado de ouro e campeão da Europa em CO1 masculino sub-23 da Polónia, Patrick Luza. Senhoras e senhores, levantem-se para escutar o hino nacional da Polónia.
ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Poland.
O vosso aplauso para os medalhados do Campeonato da Europa de Maratona 2017. Parabéns.
Thank you much, gentlemen. Congratulations.
Parabéns, muito obrigada.
Thank you everybody. The junior country will be starting in 50 minutes at 11:50. 50 minutes to the junior men's K2.
15 minutos para avançarmos para a próxima regata na categoria K2 Júnior masculino.
Yes, for start to the end, I work with my teammate and we did it.
You did it well. Your teammate wasn't there right at the start though. It took him some time to get to the front group.
Yes, I will
Wait for him.
wait for him. Yeah.
Ah, that's great. Do you train together at home?
Yes.
So
On sports camp, we train together, and I think.
So it's a great result to have you and your friend first and second today.
Yeah.
Really happy for you. Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
Good luck in South Africa later in the year.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Okay, Sergio, it was great fun watching you today. You're in good control in the group and it just got too tough at the end. Did you ever think you could break one of the Polish guys?
Ele disse que controlaste bem o grupo, mas que na parte final desce um bocadinho e não aguentaste o esforço até ao fim.
Sim, o meu objetivo era ir para o grupo da frente, tentar ir com os húngaros, com os polacos, levar um jogo bom, e no final dar tudo para tentar a medalha. É basicamente isso.
He tried to maintain in the leading group and work in cooperation with the Polish and to maintain at least one medal, but in the end he was a little bit tired.
We saw on film you were tired, but you tried really hard towards the end there. It was quite impressive. I think the crowd appreciated the effort you put in there today, and I'm sure they will all look forward to you getting a medal, maybe even a gold or silver medal in South Africa.
Ele diz que o público estava aqui a puxar por ti durante a portagem e na parte final viu que tu vinhas em sofrimento e que seguramente vais lutar no Campeonato do Mundo na África do Sul por uma medalha.
Sim, o meu objetivo é esse, é representar a seleção portuguesa e dar o meu melhor e que a minha seleção fique bem vista à frente aos outros países e que espero tentar lutar pela medalha, que é isso que eu quero.
He said he's very proud to represent his country in his favorite sport, and for sure in the World Championship he will be fighting for a medal.
Perfect, congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you out there again sometime.
Thank you.
So schedule for the mid-morning session is K2 men juniors. They're off in about 6 minutes time, followed 5 minutes later by the C2 men juniors. When they're off the course, it will be the turn of the K1 men under 23, with all three ceremonies happening at 5 o'clock. Another good batch of races, different forms for each one. You've got the weather and stuff looking good there. Water and air pretty much the same. Wind speed still very low and direction northwest. That means nothing to me.
It's side wind, but it's excellent conditions here. Really excellent conditions.
Quick course map. Overview of the course. So we start just upstream, or just by the bridge, Roman bridge there, up to the first turn, under the new bridge, around the turn, back down past the old bridge. River narrows as you go down round the bottom turn and back past the bridge, and that's lap 1. No portage on lap 1. Lap 2, round the top turn, round the bottom turn, back to the bridge, and this time it's a left turn for the portage, over the portage, and every lap will be like that except for the final one, which is round the top turn and straight back to finish directly in front of us on the island there. And each course different lengths. We've got 22k for the K2 men juniors and 19k for the C2 men juniors. Hungarians again, world champions and European champions. There's a familiar pattern.
And the European champions was Istvan Lukas and Ákos Obert from Hungary, followed by Spain. And then today's race. We have a very unpredictable start list.
There's a lot to play for in a junior men's race. They're all newcomers, or pretty much all newcomers. There's one or two names maybe that were there last year, but generally it's a bit of a bun fight. You go with national stereotypes really, which is probably unacceptable generally, but the Hungarians have to be in the mix. Then the Spaniards can be strong. Great Britain, Denmark also up there. French have shown strength in the men's racing yesterday, so it's very open.
And once again Denmark. I think both Torbjørn Rask and Nikolai Thomsen and the second Danish crew could be there. We saw Nikolai Thomsen yesterday doing well in K1.
Yeah, we did, and he's only 15.
Yeah,
he's very, very young for this stuff. So it's interesting when you get someone like that. Sometimes they develop early and don't ever move on really from that stage, but sometimes when you get one of those youngsters coming in and mixing it with the older guys, they're one of the superstars of the future, and I'm sure everyone in Denmark is hoping for the best for him. C2 men juniors, equally unpredictable, but Poland we've seen so very strong. Hungarians again, you can't write them off. The Portuguese do very well in the canoe races. We've just seen
and Germany,
Sergio Maciel get a medal. Germans,
Arvid Heine and Jonas Mode, they are experienced by the time, and will do well.
And the French also up there in the canoe races. So here we go, world champions Hungary, but European champions Portugal. So it's a bit more open than some of the races, and we will try and keep you informed as these races unfold through the afternoon. For now, junior men's K2 getting on the start line. Always a little bit tense getting on the start line. You've warmed up, you've watched the others warming up. Everyone always appears a lot bigger and faster than they seem to before when you watch them warming up. There's a lot of stress involved with the first couple of minutes of these races, and you have to get to the first turn in the front group ideally. We haven't seen many people who weren't in the first group at the front turn come through and get good results this weekend.
The winner of yesterday's race is so that
They're on the line within a minute of the start now.
Esta prova também, com certeza, servirá para mostrar futuras estrelas da modalidade.
Being held, and away they go. A very even break on the start. There's really not much in it. It's the Hungarians on the far side who are leading at the moment. Yellow boat there, heading across to them. That's 3:03 Hungary. That is Redl and Vakassi. We saw Vakassi yesterday, so strong on the finish. Excuse me.
And Italy is there.
Germans gone out to the far side, 3:15. That's the Danes, Rask and Thompson.
And Hungary is setting quite a high speed, making the others suffer. The first turn is just 500 meters from the start.
Quick flick back to the start. It was a very even break from everyone there. There's Vakassi, yesterday's winner.
Very powerful start from them.
We saw him having to move around in the back of the group. So it's Denmark. Just in the back of shot there, you see the Great Britain crew. Joe Peterson, Oscar McKittrick, just fighting it out in the back of the washes.
And all well together, soon into the first turn.
In K2s, those washes at the back can be really quite nice, Stefan.
Yes.
You don't need to panic if you're at the back there. There's some big rolling waves back there, and they can bring you back up to the front if you ride them well.
And it's Denmark taking initiative now into the first turn.
So that's Denmark, Rask and Thompson. Rask presumably related to Catherine Rask.
Yes.
A bit of a fighting spirit in that house. I bet they have some good old tussles in there.
Yeah. Denmark first into the turn. It's a smooth, nice turn to start with, but then in the middle of the turn it's quite sharp. Denmark has a very good position in there.
Two Spanish crews. We've got the Germans. There's Denmark, Germany, Hungary, Portugal, Spain, second Hungarian crew, then the second Danes, then Great Britain, then Portugal, then Germany and France. Only 14 seconds separate the whole field at the moment, as the Germans, 3:01, that's Gebhardt and Hennies, take the lead. And ominously, around the back of them come the Hungarians, Redl and Vakassi. Expect them to be strong later. So Germany lead. Denmark to their right, Hungary to their left, and Portugal tucked neatly in the back. Spain fighting it out to get onto the back of that group. And Hungary too, looking a little bit ragged. And then behind Hungary too is Great Britain, and all of those could easily get in contact with that front group. Front group will start to close up together now. So the break looks like it's happening just in front of the Great Britain crew there. They're part of the two, just dangling off the back. But for now, it's Germany, from Hungary, from Denmark. Rask having a little bit of shout at someone. That's probably someone just tapping the back of his boat, maybe. Someone's annoying him.
And the C2s are ready to start.
Hungarian 2, 3:10 there. That's Bodnar and Horvath. They're settling into the front group. Two Spaniards just also trying to get into a comfortable position. tough for them at the moment. Then there's a little gap. Back to Great Britain. It's not a big gap though, they can still close that one down. Two tough guys. Joe Peterson last year at the Europeans was so impressive in the way he hung on to the group. Clung onto the back for the whole trip last year, and it looks like it might be similar for him this year. As the C2s line up to start, the front group in the K2s is broken to 4. Spanish just trying to close the gap. So it's 4, 3, 2, and away go the C2s. A big field of C2s.
And it's
Germany leading.
Together with Portugal, Silva Duarte and Marcos Rui, that had a gold medal last year already, both number 409 out there. Portugal, the gold medalist from Spain, European Championships last year.
There's collisions going on at the back of the field. I think that was the white boat that you can see struggling. They tried to come across too fast. That's the boat that caused it. 404. That's
Hungary.
Mikalic and Bukshi. They came across to try to get to the leaders too fast. They came across the front of 2 other boats who clipped the back of their tail, and now they're out to the right. They paid a heavy price for being too enthusiastic. They panicked a little bit. So it's Germany from Hungary, from Portugal. So they're the leaders, 405. Hodovan and Kolar from Hungary.
And Germany is 408, Arvid Heine and Jonas Mode, who had a silver medal last year. So the gold and silver medalists from last year in the junior category is leading also this year. 1 year older, so it's not surprising.
Oh, Italians taking a dip there. 314, that's Borgotti and Farsi from Italy. We didn't see it happen, but it's not looking good for those guys. Look, he's looking at the rudder as well, as if it's not straight. So they could have bent the rudder. So, not a happy day for Italy so far. Lead group of C2s heading towards the turn. Hungary 2 still far out on the right hand side, but the Spaniards joining the party now. 408, that's Lopez and Duro in the yellow and white boat. They're trying to get back on terms, just going wide of the washes. So Spain and Portugal just trying to make contact with the front 3. For now it's Germany, Hein and Mode. Portugal on their inside. Silva and Matos.
Hungary, Kolar and Hodovan.
So there you go, Silva, Matos first out the turn, Hein and Mode, Hodovan, Kolar. That's the 3 leaders, just behind Lopez and Duro, and the Hungarians, Mikalic and Bukshi. So I think we can expect some change in that race as the Hungarians make their way through to the front.
A lot of actions going on in the groups now. 405 is Hodovan and Kolar, Hungary. It's a fast race, this C2. So far. Gold and silver medalists from last year in top, followed by Hungary, Hodovan and Kolar.
Back to the K2 race, that's all closed up. Great to see.
Big group.
Big group there. K2 racing is fantastic in a big group, Stefan.
It is.
I used to love the bigger the better. There's just so much action going on. It will change pace all the time. Constant circle and cycle of wash changes. And there's just so much to think about.
Yeah, you can see now how the group is reformed when they increase the speed.
You see patterns forming. There'll be the strong boats will always remain in that front bit, just speeding up into the turn, and then there's the ones that join and rejoin. They fall off at the change of speed and they have to reclose the gaps, and slowly that takes its toll. Around the turn, it's Hungary, from Spain, from Denmark, from Spain, from Germany, from Great Britain.
It's Balázs Bodnar and Adam Horvat from Hungary that is leading now. Not unexpected.
Bit of a coming together there between the French and the second Danish crew. Coming together never helps anyone. You just have to avoid that at all costs. In the junior racing, sometimes a little bit of naivety. So Rusk in the front of the Danish boat there.
Rusk and Thompson, then Spain.
So this is the lead group. Bekassi on the right there, winner yesterday. Huge finish from him. Germans just clinging on to their tail. As are Great Britain. String's not broken yet, but then everyone piles in behind. There's the French. They look to be moving well on the water.
Spain, Sanchez and Gomez were there.
C2's under the bridge for the first time, and it's still the same three. Portugal, Germany and Hungary.
A very nice group formed. Good washing hanging there. Nice technique.
Just behind them is Hungary 2. We saw them deviate from their course when the tail of their boat was clipped in the early stages, and they're gradually working their way back into the front group. I would expect them to get there at some stage, and maybe they'll drag the Spanish up with them. Portuguese just behind. So Hein and Mode for now happy on the wash of the Portuguese.
Silvan Matos. And then following Duron Lopez from Spain. Second Hungarian, Buxin Mikolic. France, Trousseau and Dunilac. Vicente and Amaral and Bianco Herrero from Spain. Vicente Amaral from Portugal.
The stragglers in the K2 all choosing a different route there to try and make their way back to get in contention with the front group. Trying to find a bit of clear water, ride down some of the bigger waves.
It's beautiful to watch when they are paddling C2s so nicely.
C2 is quite nice to watch, yeah. It's aesthetically pleasing, it's a nice rhythm to it. There are 4 in the front group now, 4 just behind them.
It's Hungary, it's
Bekassi taking the lead.
It's both Hungarian crews, and then Denmark and Spain. Sanchez Gomez from Spain, Rusk and Thompson from Denmark, Bodnar Horvat from Hungary, as well as Redl and Bekassi from Hungary. We saw Levante Bekassi doing a great race yesterday in K1. The guy in the second Hungarian boat 303. So we know they have the speed and the strength.
Coming under the bridge, no portage on this lap. Great Britain just struggling off the back of that group. Coming in, hopefully to find a V-wash, which I think they've done now. Quite nicely done, but all that group's together. It's an 8-boat group.
And as you can see, the Brits is catching the wash there behind behind the left wing paddler, and it's quite a good wash also there in K2. It's a big difference between K2 and K1s in that context. It's better washes in K2.
All changing again in front of us as the leaders come past. We're back with the Italians who took the early swim. And there it is. That's the situation. It's an 8-boat front group. Cassie, happy to lead for now, looking over his shoulder to his compatriots, asking them to do their share. It'll be interesting to see whether he oh, contact again, it's the French again. They were the same at the Senior Worlds last year. The French were just all over the shop steering wise. That's allowed the Spanish up. Spanish should come right past the Hungarians and cut them into the V. But Vercassi holding them off. He just a little couple of strokes there, saying no. The Spanish took notice of that, and in come the French again. They seem to be having all sorts of steering problems. As we go up for the C2s. Now a 4-boat group. So the one to join in there is the yellow boat. Wasn't there when we last saw them. It's the yellow boat of Poland. So that's Pietrovic, who we saw yesterday, and Cibula. So that turn made quite a big impact on the race. These two are away and clear. That's Hodovan and Kollar. They've got themselves a small gap. And again, Great Britain crew, they look like they've got a pretty serious lean there, leaning out either side of the boat. They're struggling to maintain contact. Their only hope is that the French fall off as well. There's aggro again on the turn. There's contact between boats. Rask just about managing to stay in that front V. The French are going to go inside the buoy by the look of it. Now they're going to wander way out, take the Great Britain crew out with them. Nightmare for the Great Britain crew. But maybe they can use the French to get back. So away go the Hungarians, Bodnar, Horvath. Spanish with them, 311, Palacios and Gonzalez. Germans there, 301, Gebhardt and Hennies, and down comes the speed again. As is so often the way in K2 races. Spanish happy to let the Danes come through, so they'll take the lead. Seems well organised at the moment. The Hungarians will cut their compatriots back into the V, and the Spanish will be off the back. So the Hungarians being pushed back into the V by Vercassi there, and these 4 boats are the 4 that seem to be able to dictate what's happening at the moment.
Denmark comfortably in the lead now. It was wisely done there from the Hungarians. They just let Spain take the first wash of Denmark to get themselves a good rest. Staying in the middle of such a V on the V wash or diamond wash in a K2 is very comfortable.
Oh, yeah, maybe half the work of being anywhere else.
Yeah. But it's also a good wash where the second Spanish boat are and the Germans. It's quite a good wash compared to K1. It's much better in K2. Being in that position. Yeah. That's why K2.
There's no stress at the back of the group there.
That's why often K2 groups are a little bit bigger.
big group obviously has its benefits. There's more washes to go around, but also its drawbacks when things get a bit tight. I think they'll be pleased that the French are no longer in that group, causing havoc. There seems to be some sort of problem with the French steering. Certainly the French have the speed on the water. They can match that group for speed. They're currently just about 3 or 4 lengths off the back of the group. For now, it's Denmark leading from Spain, Hungary and Hungary. They're the 4 big players. Danes have put their paddles down. Now it's a bit difficult for the Danes. Are going to be cut into the V. Hungarians need to get out of the way. You can see them stopping paddling. All nicely done. And the Hungarians will now move around and maybe take on the Spanish for the side wash, and it will be the Danes who get moved back out of the V. Spanish are trying to hold off the Hungarians. You can see the raising stroke rate. And we might find ourselves with a new leader here, which could well be the Spanish, which would suit the Danes down to the ground. But Bacassi working hard, a little bit of communication. He's going to take Spain 2 into the V-wash. And
very nice shot, you can see the washes there.
Raska's done well because he's moved up on the side of the Spanish. It gave him a bit of leeway, but then the group changed again, and Raska's just found himself in a little bit of a difficult position. Made all the right decisions, didn't pan out too well for him. Now he's got to go around the group. It wasn't through bad. Oopsie, we've got 404, the Hungarians.
Swimming.
Taking a swim. That's Mikolic and Bucci. So, presumably, they hit the pontoon. It's hard to tell. The C2 race broken up by incident. So Hungary, Germany, the Portuguese were obviously caught. Here we go, here's the incident now. So the Portuguese clipped the back of the Hungarian boat, which quite bizarrely took the back guy out of the boat. They must have hit him with a fair impact. So both crews stuck on the pontoon there. Truly bizarre, a little bit unlucky to be fair. Portuguese just hit them at too much of an angle. Knocked the back guy out of this boat, and just unlucky.
Just fell out of the boat from the accident.
They're going to have to make their way back. So there's those 2 crews. The Hungarian boat there, 404. Up until then had been the strongest boat in the race. So I think we can expect to see them claw their way back slowly. So the lead Hungarians now, 405, Hodovan and Kolar.
Together with Heine and Mode, medalists last year.
So the Hungarians who swam there were the same 2 that had a little bit of an incident at the start. So they've already caught up once. They made contact with the front group. Another incident and they're back to where they started. A little bit unlucky, to say the least. But Heine and Mode looking good on the left-hand side of Hungary, Hodovan and Kolar. These 2 looking like the class boats in the field right now. But there's their confirmation. They've made it round past the lap counter. Next round is Spain, Lopez and Duro. think there's a Polish crew in there as well somewhere. Maybe they've lost their number, and it's the number that has the tracker on it. So I think third in the yellow boat. There you go, that's the Polish crew. 408 from Spain, Lopez and Duro. And back to the bottom turn. Very close to the buoy for Vercassi there. He hit the buoy. Lucky that the buoy bounced the right side of him. So it's Denmark, Hungary, Spain and Spain. Two Hungarians, two Spanish. Denmark taking it on. Spanish going to try and go around the Hungarians who are having none of it. And again, the Spanish have to back off. Vercassi, it seems, not happy to relinquish that side wash. Rask leading out.
Entretanto, também vimos ali no grupo da frente a dupla de Espanha,
And back to the second group. Second Danish crew, Great Britain, Germany, and maybe Portugal. These guys quite a way down off the leaders now. Germans prepared to do the work for now.
Working well together, these guys. K2 for the future. Top group again.
Rask has been squeezed out the V. His job is to come around the side. Hungarians have been unhappy to relinquish the side wash so far, at least Vercassi has, who's now leading. Second Hungarian crew may be different.
Very powerful, Vercassi.
So you can see Hungarian crew have moved out on the Danes. Just makes the Danish journey a little bit further to go around them. And in fact, they've taken the lead now, so that's fallen well for Denmark. Vercassi relinquishing the lead to his compatriots.
Interesting to see how Spain reacted on that change of pulling boat. They immediately, just when they saw the boat moved themselves into the V again.
Nicely done by the Spanish. And now we are approaching the first portage. Quite a large number of people in quite a small amount of space, and it's going to be interesting. Spanish are trying to move up. Vercassi sees the danger, he speeds up. The other Hungarians to the Vercassi's left have sped up, and it all kicks off as they come into the first portage. And as they get organised in a way they're happy with, it can slow down again. It looks like the Hungarians happy. So four boats, nicely comfortable, and a fifth just having to rotate all the time, stay nicely in the group.
Platz, Torbjörn! Richtig Gas, Nikolai, Torbjörn!
So Bodnar Horvath leading in to the portage. Denmark to the left. Vicassi and Redl to their right. And the Spaniards tucked neatly in the back. So Hungarians out well, Denmark out very well. No incidents, no issues there. So Denmark running well. Spaniards coming round the outside here, they're running well also. And it's Spain too, just dangling off the back of the group. So 3-1-1 from Spain, Palacios and Gonzalez. They're out first. Rask and Thompson second, nicely done. There's all sorts of trouble for Great Britain crew there. McKittrick taking a little bit of a swim. And they're going to struggle to maintain contact with this group. They're going to have to run hard now. So there you go, Bodnar Horvath, Rask Thompson, Redl Vicassi, Palacios Gonzalez, Sanchez Gomez, Labi Genis.
It's just 47 seconds behind the first boat and the last.
Que de facto está aqui a passar a primeira dupla portuguesa.
Quite impressive.
Race, that's Gebhardt and Hennies. And that's the French, just trying to make contact. They're good on the water, the French, but they're not good once it comes to steering inside the group. So Rask taking up the lead again. You look back, you see what somebody joining the group, you have to make a decision, do you want them or not? Rask, it would seem, doesn't want them. And at least for now, he's trying to do something about it. It's a nice, tidy K2. Such a size difference in the juniors, isn't it?
It is.
Different stages of development at different ages, and you see such a vast difference in sizes, shapes. So the French just moved out to the side to try and close that gap. They're in the yellow boat to the right of your shot now.
Spain should move into the group there behind Hungary instead of being there out of the third wash. Would be much better for them.
Especially coming into a right-hand turn.
Yeah. That comes with experience. They will learn now. Yeah.
Now they're clipping the back of the Hungarians in front of them. A little bit of jostling there. Hungarians will get round okay. I think the Spanish are trying to get round on their inside. They haven't made it. They come contact again there.
Yeah. As expected.
So Rask Thompson in the clear at the front of the group. Very nicely done.
Yeah. For Spain, it's a steep learning curve. They have
Rask put his paddles down.
Move early on, before the turn, they wouldn't have suffered.
You look at Rask in the front of that boat, he's got eyes everywhere, he's always looking round.
Yes.
He's always looking, he's taking in the information way better than some of the others.
Very attentive to everything.
So here's the C2s that had the incident on the pontoon.
It's the second group. It's the winners of last year from Portugal. And here's the leaders.
Meanwhile, up at the front, as it was before, only the Spanish look like they're closing down the leaders now. It was just two boats. Spain and Poland coming to join the party. as they make their way back from that bottom turn. They'll be coming in for their first portage. Just a few minutes' time. France. That's France back with the Portuguese. So somewhere out there is the second Hungarian boat that took the swim. There they are with a white tip on their boat, just in the background there. The Portuguese paddled away from them. This race could still close up.
Yeah, it happens more often in C1 and C2. It is shifting, it closes up and spreads out.
Especially when you have incidents early on, and you've got some of the faster crews or crews that would expect to be at the front and out the back. They can start coming through later on. So they're going to come up for their first portage.
Seems like wash hanging is not as important in Canadian paddling as it is in kayak.
I think almost what you gain from the wash, I mean the wash is obviously the same off either boat, but you lose by the fact that you're constantly having to steer, and so you gain a bit from the wave, lose a bit from the directional instability.
The speed is a little bit lower.
One of this morning's winners there. Here's the other one. Good morning for them. They'll be hoping their teammates get the same medal they did. So Hungary from Germany, they're just going to come under the bridge now and into the portage. Meanwhile, K2s head down to the bottom turn for the second time. So Hungary, Germany, then a gap back to Spain and Poland. Quite fine over the shallows there. As they come round into the portage. Hungarians emptying the boat. Germans a little bit confused on the run. Now they're emptying their boat. Job done.
Good technique.
Germans are doing a little bit of damage here.
Good technique, emptying the boat during the run. Well done, first guy in first.
So it's Germany already gone, Hungary leaving now, Spain just behind them, and here come Poland. Looking a little bit laboured on the run, the Polish. The Hungarians were the losers on that one. Spanish gained a little bit of ground, 10 seconds behind. As the Hungarians make their way back up to the Germans. Spanish and Polish in the background, and just getting in their boats. Further back is the Hungarians. Second crew. Had an unlucky day so far.
Very good C2 technique from Germany there. Very coordinated. Using the hips, the backs. Very good way. When the C2 goes that relaxed, it must be very
Must feel
good
pretty
for
good,
them.
yeah. K2s. French have made it back to that group. Spanish are tailing off the back there. They're struggling now in the white boat. But it's Hungary, Denmark. They've been in that front four all the time.
And Spain. Spain once again on the inside. Refuses to give up.
And Germans as well on this side. New to the group.
Spain shouldn't be so scared of falling back a little bit before the turn. They suffer more doing as they do. Interesting, Germany has come up there.
The second group is Denmark, Great Britain, Germany and Portugal.
Christian Olsen and Rasmus Olsen from Denmark.
They've got a little bit of work to do if they want to get back in contention in this race. Portuguese coming around on the inside.
Germany is Alexei Karle and Lukas Erbe. So in the first group is Klaus Gebhardt and Maurits Hennis.
Here is that first group. It's a big group again.
New in that group is Germany, Klaus Gebhardt and Maurits Hennis.
And the French have made contact again. I think the French are happier on their own. They just struggle with the washes, struggle with the steering. What does that come down to, Stefan? Boat preparation, really? I mean, all the boats are the same.
Yeah, more or less at least. It's different types of rudders, and some youngsters are more used to sprint rudders, and that could hamper the steering ability a little bit.
Off go the French again. Maybe they're coming around the group, or maybe they just can't drive.
Sprint rudders are often smaller to reduce the resistance from the water.
So here come the French.
Oh,
they're just going to create havoc in the group again.
They don't get any friends by doing that.
Most definitely not, Stefan. How annoying is it when somebody does that? Just keep tapping your paddle, tapping the back of your boat, coming in at the wrong angle always. The C2s, no such stress.
Orvan and Kollar together with Mode and Heine.
Both those boats moving extremely well. K2s stepping up the adrenaline level. Spanish going on the right. They want to come round before the portage. Hungarians for Cassie's trying to hold them off. The other Hungarians still leading. Germans tucking behind. Russ goes out to the left. In come the Hungarians, Bodnar, Horvath. and just gonna, here we go, back with the K2 race. So everything's Horvath, Bodnar, looks like they like leading into the portages. They did it on the first one. The other Hungarians and the Danes nicely placed. Everyone else has picked up the pieces in this one. Spaniards still just hanging on the back of the group.
Very big group into the portage. Could be decisive. Avoid mistakes. That's the aim for them now.
These two look better now than they did at the start of the race.
Bodnar and Horvath.
Here come. Coordination, front man must pick up first.
Very good.
Bit of confusion in, I think, the German boat there. Front man tried to pick up the boat before the back man was out. So that's Gilberhart and Hennies. A little bit of confusion between the two of them. So it's going to be Hungary, and Denmark. Definitely the three boats in control of this race.
Together with Spain.
Spanish boat there, Sanchez and Gomez. And then their teammates just running through on the inside.
Denmark had some problems getting out. They got a boat in the wrong angle out from the portage.
So Riddle, Vicassi, they're leading out. Spaniards just behind them.
Denmark lost some ground
Sanchez,
there.
Gomez.
Yeah.
So it was going very well for the Danish until they put in there.
The front guy put in the bow of the boat long before the second guy was ready, and then it turned left and into the bank. It's really important to be very coordinated in getting into the K2 after the portage.
Working hard to close the gap now. Now Russ could be using the other K2 better than he is there. He's not sitting on the wash, he's coming up kind of level with them. Got two boats trying to do the one job. If Ross just sits on his wash, he'll end up in the V anyway. So a little bit of improvement to be had there.
They are just juniors, they will learn over the years.
Now he's made it to the group, he's first there. He just needs to wait this out until someone comes around onto the side wash. To be patient now.
Sanchez and Gomez made a great portage, and also now they seem to have learned to use the washes in a better way than the previous lap.
The Rask done exactly what he should have. Stayed on that half V. Made the Germans, I think, come round.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the Germans.
Stole the V-wash from the Danes, actually.
And the Hungarians who led into that portage are now just picking up the pieces at the back of the group. Round the turn they go. Group shape changes to get round the turn. As they come out the turn, the Spaniards will move up again and the Danes will move back into the V. Here we go now. Spaniards move up, Danes slot in the back, and the second Hungarians are still left with a little job to do.
Slowing down, as often happens. Open up for Denmark. They like to be in front, controlling.
Group changes shape nicely again. Nicely efficient. Spaniards stay on the side, Vicassi in the back now. Hungary too. For me, I'm making enough impact now. 3:11. They're about 10 seconds off the pace now. And I think that gap's going to open and open. Rask and Thompson leading. Palacios Gonzalez also doing well now. And the lead two in the C2. Round, bottom turn. Gaps opened on the Spaniards and the Poles behind them. Gaps not big. The Spaniards followed by the Poles. So Hungary, Hodovan and Kollar, stroke for stroke with Hein and Mode. It looks like a straight fight between these two. K2 group changing shape again. Again, it's going to be the second Hungarians who get left with the pickings. Rask falling neatly into the V-wash there.
Perfectly done.
Very nice. And if things stay like this, the life will slowly be sucked out of that second Hungarian crew. They're challenging now to come around the outside of the Spaniards. It's what they need to do. The Spaniards are holding them off. No one wants to lead, but also no one wants to be second wash. So for Rask, it's a waiting game. Vakassi goes left of the pillar, and this could be stirring things up just a little bit. They're going to have to get back to him.
Also a nice move.
So over go the Germans to Vakassi. Vakassi's going to end up leading. Although he doesn't really want to, so everyone's stopping again. Could well be the Spaniards who carry on. Rask just dropping around behind the Spaniards. It looks like it is them who's leading. And I'm really enjoying the way that Rask is racing here. C2's coming back towards the portage.
Hodovan and Kollar together with Hein and Mode.
These two out in front as they come in for their second portage. K2's in the background there. Two races cross over.
Comes Alvaro Lopez and Jaime Doro, together with Patrick Piotrovic and Mateusz Szyborova from Poland. Leading guys there in the second group is from Spain.
The first two crews, 20 seconds or so to the portage now. Hein and Mode, looking good, looking in control.
Nice shot of the old Roman bridge.
Through the bridge they come. And just a few seconds away from the portage. No stress on this. Both crews portage well first time round. Germans away well, just going to turn the boat over, empty it out, put it back down again and start running. Quick look back to see where the second group are, but that second group I think are just beginning to lose ground now. So Heinenmo, Odovan and Collar in the clear. Lopez and Duro maybe getting a bit of distance on Petrovic and Cebula. Away they go. Petrovic and Cebula in now and away. Spanish just had a little bit of a problem there. We go back to the bottom turn, and this group has been distilled down to 5 boats now. The 2 Hungarians, only 1 Spaniard now. French are also off the back of the pace. Rask struggling a bit to get round. Germans taking advantage of that. Very well done by the Germans, although they then didn't finish the turn off. And the Hungarians having a little pop at this. Don't think it'll be enough to break the group up.
The Hungarians saw the mistakes or the struggle behind them, so now they are really doing an effort, trying to split the group. The speed is at the maximum pace now.
Great shot from the drone there. Here's the guys doing the damage.
Bekasi. Leventer, Bekasi and Andres redo.
There's people struggling to get comfortable on the group there. It's not a nice shape. Now it's all going to fall back into place. Still not quite right. The Spaniards will come up the left-hand side of the group. The V will be filled up, and now everyone's happy.
Spain, the Spanish crew has still quite a lot to learn of proper marathon tactics. We see that kind of races on 5,000 meter sprint racing quite a lot, where they always struggle to be on the first wash instead of striving for the V. They're doing that all the time. It costs them energy. We'll see how much longer they will last.
The Rask on the inside of that group just challenged. The Hungarians who've moved out on him, squeeze him into the bank a little bit, make his journey round virtually impossible. Hold him on the second wash. The leaders in the C2 round the top turn. There's not going to be a lot happening in that race for quite a while now. Lopez Duro now 23 seconds down. We've lost a bit of distance. The gap's beginning to open up. Rask still trapped on that outside. He doesn't want to be there, but it's not worth the fight to change it at this stage. There's only a few meters to the portage. He's comfortable enough, and a fight is too costly.
Yeah, this close to the portage, it's no idea to move back behind the Hungarians. After the portage, that would have been wise to do.
A good decision making.
Yeah, they take decisions that they have to.
Germans content in the V there.
Spain is very pleased to be where they are.
Vercassi looking strong still. Impressive yesterday. As was Thompson in the back of the boat with Rask there.
I will see how this turns out under the bridge. Quite okay. Leaving room. Nice guys.
And the speed just increases a little into the portage. These guys have led in every time. Which either means they're the strongest in the group or the most insecure.
Bottner and Horvath.
A bit of slow from the Germans there. Spaniards running well. Vercassi running well. Danes probably learned a lesson from the last one. They won't make that mistake again. Maybe they will. No, they're okay, away and clear. But Thompson just pushing the back of the boat out as he gets in. It's just, that must be quite annoying for Rask. They need to have a bit of communication in that boat. Tell him not to do that in the future.
When you're eager, a little bit too eager, it's very easy to that to happen.
Down to 4 boats. It might be worth these 4 piling on for a bit to break it to 4 now. Vercassi waiting for the Spaniards to come around the outside of him. Rask on the inside, and these 4 boats could make a run for it here.
I really like Vercassi's tactical skill. He's always moving the right, doing the right moves. Resting there now. We saw that happen yesterday as well.
He was very efficient yesterday around the course.
Adjusting the drinking gear. Some of them using the drink bags, some others are having the drinks on their back, as these Germans, Heine and Mode, in the C2. Must increase instability a little bit.
With that,
C2
with that high out the
backpack,
boat. Yeah, never thought of that, but yep, you're dead right. So they're making their way down to the bottom turn. As the K2s get to the top one.
You can see how Vercassi is riding the V-wash very nicely. Just relaxing there. This shot you can also see how big this wash is, really.
They have broken that 5th crew. Oh no, they haven't, they're just behind them, so I didn't see them there. They're in the sun patch. So, yeah, you would think it'd be worth a good strong minute each in that group to break Gebhardt and Hennies, who are just dangling off the back now.
11 seconds.
Away go the Danes. Group change, the leaders slipping back into the V. Fantastic, those drone shots for learning the movement patterns of the group. The Hungarians who were leading just slipped straight back through the group. They've earned their rest. And the Danes take up their turn at the front. So there you go, there's a formation. When one boat is on the side further back than the other like that, the back boat needs to wash hang the one who's furthest back. That's where the wave is better. They just move over slightly to the left hand side, wash hang the one further back. See, that's why you see them slightly off centre.
It's impressive to see that among juniors, not often.
And it's a little bit annoying, to be fair, when you're in the V and the person on the left is as far back as Vakassi is there. Yeah. Yes, you can see the other Hungarians have had to move right over to Vakassi.
The seniors, sometimes you see that on purpose.
Yeah.
Maybe Vakassi is experienced enough to do that.
Possibly. But this change has gone a little bit awry. Don't really see why the Hungarians dropped all the way around the back. And the Germans are going to be the beneficiaries from this, I think. We might just see them coming. There they are, just coming into shot now. And that was a very, very poor group change. There was confusion there as to who was supposed to do what. It was a simple change. They dallied on it, and the Germans gained straight back into the group. So well done to the Germans for toughing it out for that period. They stayed in contact, and the moment the front group slipped up, they were back in there.
Seems like this Hungarian crew is confident enough not to worry. They are not setting a high speed, just relaxing there and waiting for the later part of the race. Depends a lot on what you trust, the knowledge of your own skill and the knowledge of your fellow competitors.
Yeah, it's a tough one, Stefan, because now with 5, there is confusion in the group. Or not, confusion is probably a strong word, but somebody has to take a turn on the wash they don't really want. When it's down to 4, it's almost worth just breaking it totally. So as much as Vakassi isn't frightened of the Germans, it has made his journey a little bit more complicated than it needs to be. So,
on the other hand, when he trusts his
something interesting could be happening here.
Yeah.
It looks like, let's assume they're the Germans. They're going across, no they're not. So that's got to be Denmark going across to the right hand side of the river. Yep. Now it looks like the whole group's going over to join them. And it's all coming back together. So Denmark are going to end up leading. The Spanish will go up their right hand side. As soon as we go here, Hungarians up the left to squeeze their teammates into the V, and the Germans have got what's left.
Wonderful, perfect.
Nicely done. The Germans are always at the whim of the others. You're going to spend a lot of time on that 5th wash.
This drone images is wonderful. You can really see how they are thinking.
gives you such a clear picture of how the groups work. So the happiest people there right now are the Hungarians, who are lying 4th. They've got the best of it. That's Vakassi. He's dominating the group at the moment.
Absolutely so. Just
Rask
resting.
Thompson leading.
Vakassi and his partner is trusting their sprint skills. They know they have the pace enough, the speed enough to do a decisive move later on in the race, and it seems like
this was brutal. So the Germans moved out. They could have come round, but Vakassi held them off. The other Rask has gone into the back, and again the Germans are 5th.
Yeah,
that was really awesome. Vakassi did a perfect job there. And while they were doing that, we saw the canoes, the lead canoes, go back the other direction. So they're coming down towards the portage.
Seems like Denmark has learned that Vakassi is not doing any job, so they are staying at the other Hungarians was there, just waiting for the turn.
The only people really motivated to change this right now will be the Germans.
And they won't be able to do it.
And I don't think they can do it. I think the others are too strong. Each time the Germans move up, they'll be held off.
I think the Danes is the crew that needs the highest speed over the long distance.
So for the Germans now, Vakassi is happy to go into the big wash, so the Germans could come around him. He might not fight them off. They should at least try it, and he'll either say no in 2 or 3 strokes, or they get back into the group. So it would be worth the Germans having a pop at Vakassi. He's clearly stronger than they are, but he might want to sit in the V. So it's worth a punt for the Germans, but they're not taking that punt right now. And here goes Vakassi. He wouldn't have let them past.
No, I thought so. They are
he's
too
waiting
close
for the
to
turn.
the turn. Yeah, too close to the turn.
So the Germans just struggling off the tail there. They couldn't move with Vakassi. They're caught for speed.
Once again,
Spaniards
Spain
are coming round.
Yeah,
they've done very well.
They are on the inside.
They've just bossed it over the second Hungarians, and that's significant. Spaniards very, very strong there. Rask untroubled.
Oh, so close.
Untroubled by any of that. The Danes, they fell back, not because they had to, but because it was the safest thing to do. Germans are just maybe making it round on the inside of the group, but it will be tight for them. And Rask will move up. The V will open up. Rask needs to get to the right of the Hungarians. And here we go on the portage. A little bit of a change here. The yellow boat of Poland have kind of closed down the gap on these front 2. They've overtaken the Spaniards, and Poland are on the move. So that's Petrovic and Cibula. They're the ones who've made a significant impact now. Heinen mode in their boat. Podovan and Kollar, and here are the Poles for the first time featuring in the front group. Lopez and Duro over the portage now. So Poland starting to make an impact. It's their second last portage in the C2s. So Germany from Hungary, and now not far behind is the yellow boat of Poland. Meanwhile in the K2s it's down to 4 boats. It looks like the Germans didn't make it back from that change of pace at the turn. So Hungary leading, Hungary in the V, Spain to the left of our picture, and it's Denmark to the right. We can't see them just now. Spaniards done a great job. shut the door on the Hungarians coming into that turn rather. French there in the yellow boat. So a quick look back to that turn. And Mr. Boy,
the Portuguese Mr. Boy.
Quick decision there to take a 15-second penalty instead of paddling back. Probably a good decision.
Yeah.
That's tough. It's so tight on those turns sometimes.
Stopping a K2 takes much longer.
Yeah. So they're going to have to stand out for 15 seconds at the next portage. And the Germans back in contact with the front group again. They're persistent. So same crew is going to lead into this portage, has led into every other portage. It's Bodnar and Horvath. Germans really caught for speed, but endurance is good, and they're closing the group down after each episode. Rask and Thompson looking pretty good. Peterson and McKittrick, back of your picture there. Slowly starting to make some ground on the crews in front of them. Germans caught for speed again here. Even a slight change of speed is a little bit too much for them. So it's going to be Hungary from Spain, from Denmark, from Hungary, and the Germans are just straggling off the back again. Life's only going to get harder for them from now on.
They have done 18 kilometers now, out of 23, 24.
Danes running well, very well. Spaniards coming in for a quick feed. Good job from their support crew there, very good job, very tidy. So it's going to be Denmark. Germans, could be the last we see of them. Away goes Rask, Thompson, sorry. So Rask and Thompson making the run in. It's a serious effort here. They're definitely going to crack the Germans here now. Gebhard and Hennies could have seen the last of this front group. Hungarians chasing. Verkassi waiting for the group to form before he comes into the V, but he should have been closer than that.
And now they have their chance now. The
Portuguese
Danes
coming in for 15.
Yeah. And the Danes now they have their chance now. They are probably the crew that is benefiting most on the high speed along the course. You know, they might not have the speed to win an in-sprint, so they really want to keep the high speed over the long distance.
So Verkassi making a bit of a big job of this, Stefan. It's not been easy. He's waiting wisely for Rask to come around the outside. Rask is watching him, he's coming around the outside, and Verkassi will duck round behind him and into the V. Nicely done.
Yes, very nice.
Nicely done.
He's really making the most of it now.
It's a tough decision for Rask there. He wanted to go to the side because it'd be easier for him than on the back. He had a quick look across at Verkassi to see if Verkassi would take that wash for him. Verkassi said no, and everyone goes to the place that they chose.
And when you say he said now, they are not talking. They are just showing strength, and they understand each other perfectly well by doing that.
Absolutely. It's reading the body language as you look around. And sometimes there's an art in displaying the wrong body language.
Exactly.
Sometimes it's nice to look tired. People start to not expect too much from you. And now this group has broken away. It is going to be a group of 4 now. So Hungary, Denmark, Hungary and Spain. Spain have been very impressive, no mistakes for a long time now.
Not doing much job either.
No, they've just kept it clean, kept out of trouble. They covered the sprint at the bottom turn very, very well. Rask just having a look across. You can't really see, he's just waiting to drop into the V, I think. Waiting for someone else to take the lead. Kind of been forced into doing that. Spaniards being very, very cautious.
Yes.
They're not going to spend anything they don't have to.
I haven't seen them in top at all.
So we're on the last big lap for both races now, and things are hotting up in the men's C2 as they head up to the bottom turn, and the Poles are properly back in the mix. They've just taken the lead. For so long it was Hungary versus Germany, but Poland are now having a word. They've taken it to the Hungarians, and this is now a proper race. Spaniards in the background, but I think they're too far behind to have an impact. And Poland are in the mix. So that's Pietrovic and Cibula have joined Heinen Mode from Germany, and Hodovan and Kolar from Hungary. So the last bottom turn for these guys. Got 2 turns and 1 portage to go. And the Polish timing could not have been better. Again, a change of pace. Hungarians just clipping the back of the Polish boat there. Germans moving across for the Polish wash. Hungarians in a spot of trouble at the back. They're coming out to the far side of the group. So they weren't caught for speed. Just a bit of direction there they lacked. And this is an interesting game. So front group of the K2s slowed down a little bit here. Second group.
And now Spain is pulling.
It's just behind. First time we've seen the Spanish in the lead for some time now. So this is the front group. It's where the medals will be decided. But the second group is closing in.
As we often see during the far end of the race, when the top group is starting to compete each other and using proper tactics, no one wants to do any hard work. Denmark is seeing the risk now probably, and want to set a little bit higher speed.
So significant changes. Here's the front of the C2 race with the Poles now dominating. The Hungarians are struggling a bit now. The penultimate turn for these guys. So Poland enter the turn first, with Germany on their outside. Hungarians trying to get round on the inside of the Germans. It's going to be tight for all of them. Hungarians, great move there. They're back in contention. The Poles are stopping a bit to get round, and that will suit the Hungarians just fine because they're actually going to come out the turn first. Last in, first out. It doesn't get much better than that. And away they go.
Poland had a bronze medal. This Polish crew had a bronze medal last year in Pontevedra. So we know they are skillful marathon paddlers. Already as first year juniors they had bronze. And now probably heading for gold. At least in their minds.
They're definitely thinking of gold now. They weren't up until about 10 minutes ago. After the last portage, they joined the front group. It looks to me like they're the strongest in there as things stand. Hungarians did incredibly well around that turn. They were a couple of lengths off the group, cut the turn tight, joined in back on the lead wash. So things looking good for them. As they come back down for their final portage. A couple of minutes to go for that yet. So Hodovan, Kolar taking the strain as the Polish speed up again. Not sure who instigated that. The Italians who swam early days. In the background there, they haven't had a great day out. And it looks like, actually, I don't know what it looks like, it's hard to tell, but there's the changes in the men's K2 race. It's now 2 groups of 4, and the second group of 4 is pretty close, I'd say, to the first group. Danes are leading now, Spanish in the V, but that second group is closing in. Very doubtful that they could do any damage when they get there, but it will be an irritant to these 4 who just want to calm down before the last portage. And they're not going to get that opportunity. So there it is. That gap is very, very small now. And it's going to be an 8-boat group coming into the final portage, I think. So aerial shot of the Polish, Hungarians and Germans in the C2. As the K2s head up to the top turn. Final portage for these guys. It's going to be significant. Poles did so well on the last one. So final portage. There's the bridge. The stress level's pretty high right now. And here comes the changes at the top. It looks like Great Britain have bridged the gap first. That's McKittrick and Peterson. They're back on the tail of that front group. Peterson putting in a big effort to get round the side. Front group in a little bit of disarray. And they've done it. Peterson, awesome job to get on the side of the Hungarians. He's bossed it into the front of the group now. It's Rusk and Thompson who have fallen back just a little. Great job from the Great Britain team there.
Amazing development of this race.
The Germans, who were falling off the front group, are now falling off an even bigger front group. And this is big changes. French back in the mix on the left-hand side there in the yellow boat. Peterson, McKittrick, great job from Peterson to come straight into that group on the front wash.
They've gained
Clear
30
thinking.
seconds.
And the Hungarians, who we thought were dead and buried earlier on, have taken the lead into the final portage in the C2. So it's Hodovan and Kolar taking the initiative from the Poles, Pietrovic and Cibula, and the Germans, who've looked strong throughout, Hein and Mode, currently in 3rd place. So in come the Hungarians, out the boat nicely, boat moves on, quick pick up, and they're off and away. Poles out, up, off and away. Germans lost a little bit of ground there. Hungarians running well, Poles running well, Germans running even better. They're going to come past the Poles by the look of it. So it's going to be Hungary, Germany and Poland. The Poles look to be running through thick mud. It looks like they're really struggling across the land towards the end of that portage. And away go the Germans, last in, first out. Great job from them. Great job from them. So that's their final portage. The Hungarians tried to break the group up before the portage. It didn't work. The Germans, who were struggling on the way in, are leading it on the way out. And the Poles are looking tired.
And in the men K2, it's really interesting that the second group were able to catch 30 seconds during 1.5 to 2 kilometers up there.
The catching's one thing. It's when they caught, they joined in
Yes,
at the front of the
exactly.
front group, not just picking up the pieces at the back. So they've actually had a major effect on that front group. So it's all bets off in that race again. But normally when a group catches, they don't really make that direct impact on the leaders of that group. So it's significant changes back there. And they'll be coming into the portage fairly soon. C2 race looks to be Hungary in charge of that now. The Poles fade in, the Italians retire, 3-1-4. Borgotti and Farsi, not their day. It's a shame we can't see both races at the same time now, because it's interesting developments in both. The Hungarians look strong again. They struggled at the bottom turn. They led into the last portage. Now they're leading again into the last turn. The Poles, who caught these pair up, did some damage at the portage. Now here's the K2s. So it's hard to tell who's who in the K2s, but it looks like Hungary leading. They're just catching up a C2 as they come into the portage. That's going to confuse things. So
it's Hungary,
Great Britain, Hungary, Spain,
Denmark
Danes
is in the
suffering a little
V-wash
bit.
there. It's the same 4 plus Great Britain,
That's
actually.
Great Britain.
Yeah.
Unbelievably good from the Great Britain crew. So the C2 is going to confuse this a little bit, but Hungary out well. C2s just need to move off to the side. The Spaniards are in all sorts of trouble there. So it's Great Britain running the fastest of the 4. It's going to be Great Britain in first for this
Oscar
final
McKittrick and
portage.
Joseph Peterson. Amazing.
This is awesome from these guys. You wouldn't have thought, looking into this race, they were the quality they're showing now, but it's them away first. Great Britain away first and clear.
Very,
Hungarians
very nice
are going to be the ones.
portage
It's
of
going to be 2
from Great
Hungarians
Britain.
closing them down.
And Spain. Denmark had once again a little bit trouble getting into the boat. Got stuck at the bank there. But Great Britain, watch them now. Oscar McKittrick, Joseph Peterson.
This is awesome from these. Pretty much written off in the early stages.
I saw them paddling K1 in Mechelen. They did well, both of them, but not this well.
It's the Danes who are suffering at the back there with the Spaniards. It's Peterson, McKittrick leading in from the 2 Hungarians. So it's going to close up on them later on. Spaniards and Danes, I think, are going to come back to this group. Great Britain happy to work to hold them off for as long as they can. The C2's getting in the mix here, which isn't helping the tail enders. So McKittrick, Peterson, as the C2s come down for the final, and it's the Germans taking the initiative. 300 meters maybe to go. It's so sad we can't see everything. But it's the Germans from the Hungarians. Poles are broken, they're going to come third. Germany v Hungary. About 200 meters to go. There's the Poles, they're broken men right now. They did so well.
Here comes Hungary. Hungary is closing in now. But it's still
Heinen mode from Germany.
Mode, yes.
So Heinen mode. Just need to break the Hungarians here, get them over that backwash, which I think they're doing now. Hungarians are struggling on the wave at the back there, and it looks like Heinen mode could have this for the first time.
Silver last year, and now in the lead, heading for gold. Heinen mode from Germany.
German fans on their feet now. So Hein and Mode just coming in to the finishing funnel. It's going to be very hard for the Hungarians to overtake them from here. Hein and Mode picking up the speed stroke by stroke. It's going to be tough, but it is going to be Hein and Mode from Hodovan and Kollar. It's a big win for the Germans.
And another bronze medal to Poland by Patryk Piotrowicz and Matej Cibula. Bronze medalists last year, and once again now they are heading for bronze.
It was changes all the way through that last lap.
And now over to
back
K2.
To the K2s maybe. It's 1, 2, 3 in the C2 sorted. Everything to play for in the K2 still as they finish their final lap. We'll show you them as soon as we can.
Down there at the turn, it was
still Great Britain leading.
In the lead. It's Hungary with Farkasi and Riddle, it's Gomez and Sanchez, it's Horvath and Bodnar, and it's Rusk and Thompson.
Farkasi has the speed. Great Britain are just going to have to pile this on as best they can in the hope that they can grind the finish out of some of those other crews. The Spaniards are on their left, or their right, our left as we look at them. Farkasi we know has got a big finish. Looks to be Hungarians just coming out the V. They're going to come around and try and take on the Spaniards. So everything to play for here. This is there goes Farkasi. Great Britain need to stay with
for
him.
this moment, all race through. Here comes Farkasi, and it's Hungary that is passing Great Britain now.
The Danes just need to hang on to Farkasi for their medal. Great Britain need to hang on to him also, otherwise they're going to just lose out to the second Hungarians. It's Farkasi all the way.
It's Farkasi, and it's a great tactician. Rusk is staying on the watch there.
Farkasi all the way. Danes have done so well to stay with him. And it's going to be the other Hungarians. The Spaniards are out. Decision making was crucial in that last 300 meters. But it's going to be Farkasi for his second gold. Rusk and Thompson are going to be second. And
gold to Hungary, silver to Denmark, and bronze to Hungary.
Bronze to Hungary. Great Britain, so brave and such a great race on that final lap, 4th place. Decision making on the last 300 meters.
It was
it's
really
going to be
crucial.
Questionable.
Yeah.
It was deciding where to go. They were tough decisions. The Spaniards didn't have it at the end. Great Britain 4th, big 4th for them. Phenomenal effort.
Farkasi was waiting all race through for this moment. The last 200 meters was so confident that he would win when he had a good position there. And Rusk realized that and stayed on Farkasi's watch and just waited and were successful in that tactic.
He read it so well, Rusk, from that top turn. The other boys covered the move to the right. They should have gone left to Vakassi, and it just didn't pan out for a medal for Great Britain. But fourth place from where they came from, absolutely phenomenal for Peterson and McKittrick.
Absolutely, they gained 30 seconds on the upward leg and then really made the race.
They were out of that race, Stefan, for so much of the time.
Yeah.
Joe
very,
Peterson
very good K2 race. This.
Toughed it out.
Yeah.
You would never have had them down for fourth place.
See if I can get some interviews with these guys.
So great work, McKittrick from Elmbridge Canoe Club, Peterson from Banbury. Phenomenal race from them. And they've put their name in the hat for selection for the World Championship. I'm sure French there struggled with steering from the beginning. Portuguese took their time penalty. They were with Great Britain crew when they took that time penalty. They'll look back on the video and think we could have been there too. Could have been our day. Big changes like that. So those decisions in that last leg, so crucial. It looks so simple when you're watching it, but it just depends what you see, when you see it. They didn't see the Hungarians go to their left soon enough to get on the wash. They stuck with the right-hand group, and it just didn't quite pan out for a medal for Great Britain. Germans, second crew crossing the line now, 3:05. Karl and Erber. Tough day for them. Amazing stuff. Quick replay coming up of the start. So in a race that had everything, Vakassi had the power in that K2 race. Rask wins the prize for the best driver of the day, never put a foot wrong, made all the right choices. He came second, and for toughing it out and for getting a result seemingly from nothing, Great Britain, McKittrick and Peterson, fourth place, absolutely phenomenal. In the C2s, the Germans, biggest win they've had, ahead of the Hungarians, absolutely fantastic for them. That race too had its interest with the Poles coming in later on to a race that they didn't seem to take part in for the first half, and it was all change